Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the third edition of BFSI Financial Security Council, since 2021 to 2020. We would like to extend a warm and cordial welcome to all our esteemed guests, speakers, sponsors, partners, and exhibitors who have joined us today. BFSI has been continuously engaging with banking and financial service institutions as a FD member since initial year. On the backdrop of the studies that we have undertaken, since 2021 we have organized a reflect upon the security and privacy concerns associated with the current and the future existing context to create a future growth roadmap. These 2 days of future reports, more than 95 speakers and 30 sessions, including Plenary, Keynote, college class, master classes, panel discussions that will cover key areas such as consumer trust, regulatory policy enterprises, future of financial work, with enterprises, compatible exchanges, financial innovation, and money trust. With this, I also welcome you all to 2021 and hope that it turns out to be a great experience for you all. I request you to keep sharing your experience using the official hashtag FinSec2021 on social media and tag BSCI underscore on Twitter. So, with the clear security and privacy enthusiasts now in mind, one-on-one in the networking line. Visit the to know latest technologies, service offerings, and innovative solutions via exhibitors. You also watch the conference live on our DSCI YouTube channel, but the platform provides a host of other options. Therefore, I request your peers to register on the go and attend sessions throughout the 2 days. We would also like to sincerely thank all our sponsors, partners, and exhibitors for their continued support. Tenable, SentinelOne, Kaspersky as platinum sponsors, Microsoft as a gold sponsor, Tripwire as a silver sponsor, Thales as a silver partner, associate partners are Swift and Gurukul, ISC Square as skills partner, exhibitor is CISA Information Security, and our masterclass partners CyberArk, Amazon Web Services, Tenable, and Microsoft. We hope you enjoyed and found the masterclass sessions useful and informative conducted by CyberArk and Tenable in the morning. So without further ado, let us begin the proceedings of the day. Kindly note all participants except for the speakers and panelists will be in listen-only mode. Please use the questions feature on the right-hand side of your window to ask questions throughout the sessions. Now I would like to invite Ms. Rama Vedashri, CEO of DSCI, to welcome the audience and to kindly set the tone for the inaugural of the third edition of FinSec. Over to you, Rama.
A very good morning to all of you. Thank you, Sunita, and thank you for the Zodal team for the partnership in taking FinSec virtual. This is the third edition of the DSCI Financial Security Conclave. Last year, around the same time as the country woke up to the COVID outbreak and its ramifications over cities, over families, and over businesses, we had to cancel FinSec. Given the situation in January, February, we were beginning to get optimistic about again hosting FinSec in Mumbai. But unfortunately, we had to again, the situation warranted that we again remain virtual this year. And first of all, at the outset, I wish to wish all of you all and your families and your teams lots of good health and also staying safe. In the last 12 months, across the world and particularly in India, I personally think, and we at DSCI think, if there was one user enterprise industry vertical which really demonstrated its leadership in adopting digital and stepping up its preparedness, both in security and data protection and privacy, I think despite really mounting challenges and threats, it really the BFSI industry, particularly the banking and the digital payments industry, really stands out, and the entire ecosystem of BFSI, of course. In addition to that, the entire provider ecosystem, whether it is services, product companies, young innovative startups who partner with the BFSI industry, I think they really stepped up their offerings and their capability to service customers. So I would like to really compliment the security leadership and their teams, men and women in their teams and organizations in BFSI sector. and of course the provider industry, which scaled up to this challenge in the last 12 to 13 months time frame. This year's FinSec, after a year's gap that we are hosting here, we have various sessions and themes, but primarily pivoting around two facets. The two facets are we are trying to do in all our sessions a comprehensive mapping of the ever expanding digitization that is happening, and to be able to offer seamless financial services and financial inclusion goals that the country is chasing for its billion plus Indians. And also, we are looking at a whole lot of new financial and payment services, a whole variety and plethora of instruments that are getting adopted at a very fast clip. And on the other facet, core to any conference and the webinar that DSCI hosts, we are attempting to do a deep dive on the cybersecurity and data protection threat landscape and the ever evolving risks and frauds, particularly that we are seeing, and also looking at how is the security industry and BFSI enterprises can partner better, collaborate better to mitigate this risk. And that's the only objective that we have in these 2 days. Pre and post COVID, if you look at the technology adoptions, whether it is the wallets, the contactless payments, and UPI stack, the way they've driven the operational excellence and enhanced, 24 by 7 user experiences. I think, particularly more than demonetization, the post-COVID situation and scenario really has helped the country march towards whatever is the goal that we have set for ourselves towards a less cash economy. The digital payments industry, particularly, while I think over the last 3-4 years we have seen so much of innovation and new payment instruments getting accelerated, I think post COVID we have seen emergence of many non-conventional players, whether it is the social media platforms, the global internet tech companies, several new league of devices that were participating in digital payment transactions, and the ecosystem players, whether it is young fintech startups to large global tech companies, several of the large financial services and telecom institutions coming and participating in this digital momentum, digital payments momentum. What we have seen in India is that, particularly with the UPI stack and the architecture led platform story that we have built on top of UPI, thanks to all the efforts of NPCI and all their ecosystem partners which ride on UPI. I would, without, sounding incredibly arrogant as an Indian, I think we are really redefining the playbook for the industry, playbook for the world on how can we drive financial inclusion at scale. I think this is what I would say is the BFSI industry and the partners from the technology industry who are enabling this are actually driving from India. Throughout the pandemic, we have seen several new league of users, whether it is young millennials, senior citizens, really adopting the tap and go, even in the hinterlands of India, in the tier 2 and tier 3 cities. We've also seen how wearable devices probably and participating and in digital payment transactions could probably be the new trend that we will witness in this calendar year. I think one of the best proof points and evidence of the success story of this UPI-led financial inclusion story of India is about almost, I think in March 2021, if my latest numbers are right, is about 2.7 billion transactions worth INR 5 trillion rupees, right? As against 1.24 billion transactions of $2 trillion dollars in March 2020. That means in 12 months time frame, we have seen 150% increase, where even as of March 2020, the base was phenomenally high compared to 2 years back or 3 years back. When we see all this accelerated infusion of digital in BFSI sector and particularly in the payments industry, I think the rapid cyber crimes and frauds is also attributed to this growth in digital, right? As the digital footprint expands, the risks are only going to ever evolve, and very sophisticated attacks are being mounted every day on, because typically the banking industry and the payments industry are really the rails of any country's economy, and as much as India's as a growing economy like India. And targeted attacks and frauds were particularly the highest in the first quarter post the COVID outbreak. All of us know how There was a lot of social engineering and attacks against gullible users who were working from home or who were going online for the first time. One point to note, which is I think a great satisfaction as at a country level and an industry level, is the COVID-19 forcing banks and all other financial institutions, fintech players, insurance companies to actually come together to rethink and redefine several age-old enterprise practices, disciplines in whether it's in BCP, whether it's in how do you plan your business resilience, how do you plan your backup strategy. I think they had to really redefine this, and they also had to redefine how do they partner with their providers. Typically, several banks and financial institutions, public sector organizations, large monolithic organizations looked at partners serving them on premise, right? They had on premise data centers, they had on premise security operation centers. And given the stringent lockdown where manpower could not move from home to office, even this partner strategy, the how what kind of service providers do we need to look at is being rethought. Similarly, based on a global lockdown, sometimes even who are the OEMs to partner with, what could be some backup service plans with these OEMs. All of this had to be reimagined in the first 2-3 months of the lockdown and the pandemic outbreak in the country. So CISOs, whether it is from the banking, insurance, and financial institutions, I think have managed the enterprise risk and the cybersecurity privacy risks so well. Of course, there are challenges, there are gaps to be filled in such a way that particularly banking transactions with pretty much most of the branch infrastructure being under lockdown in the first few months, I think the seamless services being offering online services, payment transactions on the go 24 by 7 happened thanks to the technology and the services leadership of our BFSI industry. And many of them are beginning to look at how do they look at mobile first or on a hybrid cloud strategy for the way they deploy their stack, whether it is the technology and digital or the security stack. And post COVID, we have seen the kind of malicious cyber attacks. The age old attacks were always there, whether it was phishing, malware, bots, and they became really day to day problems for the CISO and their teams. We've also seen a very rapid rise in online payment frauds. This was something that was bothering the industry, bothering government, and of course, end users like all of us. And unfortunately, the COVID-19 scenario was actually used to target some malware campaigns and also, social engineering attacks and phishing attacks, whether it's on SMS or on mail. Another problem that the industry woke up to, and it's not just BFSI, but broadly overall critical information infrastructure sectors, including the BFSI, is the supply chain attacks and how even a service providers could be targeted so that the end destination could be a large user enterprise from a BFSI sector or an oil and gas sector. So we were looking at supply chain attacks and waking up to some new possibilities of where the attacks could be launched from. And we've also looked at very targeted phishing campaigns, which I think was a problem for either national institutions like CERT or cybercrime cells of various state governments, and of course the industry players. So some of the imperatives as we move forward is, I think the security strategy and policy of the BFSI sector or any large enterprise for that matter, we need to take into account two near-term trends. That is probably remote operations and work from home or reduced on-prem operations, whether it is on your critical enterprise infrastructure or even on the security technology stack and the security services provisioning that you do with your partners, is likely to remain reasonably high in terms of remote and online and work from home, and going virtual is another one. So, how do you decide and determine business continuity plans in such a scenario where typically you had looked at short term disruptions, whereas now, if you're looking at where probably we had prepared for a day's disruption, 2 days disruption, whatever reason, or maybe a week's disruption, now we are having to be prepared for months or quarters disruptions. That's the new reality of life that CISOs and their teams or CIOs and their teams are waking up to in India and across other parts of the world. We are also looking at probably many financial institutions across the world in Asia and in India beginning to seriously evaluate public cloud and hybrid cloud, not only for their core enterprise infrastructure platforms and solutions, but also for security services and for security products. So I'm reasonably confident that there would be a lot more adoption of cloud and mobile first and cloud native solutions, not only on the digital side, but also on the security side. We also feel, and I think CERT and National Cybersecurity Strategy Office will also put a lot more focus on very advanced cybersecurity strategy simulation exercises. And we in the industry, DSCI, many of our industry providers have been looking at these simulation exercises, whether it's the entire training that is happening in cyber ranges. I'm sure this will get stepped up so that there can be more advanced mock drills on the BFSI institutions. And I'm sure Dr. Sanjay Bell and his team, or NCI, PC, and of course the National Security Council Secretariat led by Dr. Pant, have a lot of attention on this going forward. We are also looking at, I think, how can we step up the CISO leadership to really be the enterprise business strategy, provider, where you're looking at if there is an enterprise which is going digital, right, which is going online in a big way, and if that is their future business strategy, how can the CISO team and his team or her team step up to actually provide the business leadership to back the digital transformation journey of that enterprise. I think this is a very key priority. Many of you all are familiar. We launched this cybersecurity strategy training program last year. Many of our CISOs and CIOs from BFSI attended that. We do hope to step up that cybersecurity strategy training in this year, and you'll hear more on that from me, Vinayak, and a membership team. Similarly, when we look at the innovation that has happened in fintech, which has been, pretty much the mainstay of the vibrant startup ecosystem on the technology side, but even on the cybersecurity side, we're beginning to see a lot of next generation security products and services to be able to deal with the enterprise security risks, both on the privacy side and also on the overall security side. And many security innovations, both on the services and the products and our emerging startups, we see BFSI industry being some of the earliest adopters. They've been strong pillars of the journey of the startups and products growth in India. And this particular vertical, we believe, has a big attention from the entire global and the Indian security services industry. And I really would like to thank the CISOs and leaderships of BFSI team to be open to adopt emerging technologies, whether in the area of privacy protection or in the area of security. I would also like to, on behalf of the DSCI team, compliment the services and the startup and the product ecosystem, because it was just like it was difficult for a bank or an insurance company to transition to the new normal, as they say, post-COVID. It was equally challenging for the provider ecosystem to be able to service their customers. I would like to believe that they put in their best efforts, and they supported their customers. And while I would like to thank the CISOs, I would also, for their support to the industry in the services, products, and particularly startups, I would also like to compliment the technical teams and the support teams who deliver on, being able to keep our BFSI industry up and running with minimum risks. One of the points I wanted to spend some time in the next 5 minutes is how is the startup and the product ecosystem on which DSCI is pretty much focused through our industry development efforts and startup programs, and also through our two COEs, the national COE established in Noida in partnership with MEITI, and a state COE in Telangana, in Hyderabad, established in partnership with the state government, where we are looking at how can the emerging startups uh, work on use cases not only for overall critical information infrastructure, but particularly for the banking sector. Several CISOs and teams from BFSIs have supported us and collaborated with us when we were discovering use cases, either for the Grand Challenge initiative of METI or for the use case clearinghouse, which both our COEs and our teams, technical teams, take up. And several, based on the several emerging technologies, what could be some new gaps, white spaces for which use cases can be discovered, application challenges can be thrown, so that we can continuously nurture new entrepreneurs coming up into the security domain. I think BFSI security leadership really supported on all of this. We have also witnessed last year a lot more co-creation activities where BFSI industry CIOs and CISOs have come forward to partner with startups to be able to co-create a new solution. It's still in its nascent stages. I think given the leadership that BFSI has in adopting digital, I think there's a lot more opportunities to drive this co-creation momentum so that new league of products can emerge from India. We are also looking at a lot of new generation products, both from the global security industry and the Indian startups, whether it is in the area of ZTNA and some cloud, particularly in cloud security. We are seeing a lot of innovation that is happening from India. And any new technology solution, I think there's a lot that the CISO leadership in BFSI can do to be able to mentor these product companies and security companies. In terms of our national COE, which many of you all know is led by my colleague Vinayak, where in Noida, some of the use cases on which these startups incubated at our national COE are working are really a new league of products compared to enterprise security. There's something around liveliness detection and digital identification where AR/VR technologies are being used to authenticate users in rural India where probably there are no branches or branches are shut thanks to the COVID situation. We are looking at the NCOE team is looking at doing a POC of this on a 5G test bed too, as and when the 5G networks get rolled out. Similarly, there's another one on digital identity using zero trust cybersecurity, particularly for IoT devices. And some of these, as they get ready to market, we will be showcasing this in some of our webinars and conferences. Right? We'll be focusing on IoT systems and over 5G communication networks. There's also some startups that have been incubated in terms of the entire digital identity, some privacy protection technologies. We're looking at a lot of these, trying to do a lot more deep dive workshops on red teaming and blue teaming exercises in partnership with our members. Last year, we had an opportunity to partner with Infosys for a BFSI specific hackathon. Hopefully, we will do a lot more so that we can look at the hackathons which are sectoral specific. Last time we looked at identity access management, cryptography. Some of the new emerging startups, again, incubated in our national COE, is focusing around quantum crypto, where banking transaction security can leverage quantum encryption, and particularly as most banking platforms or BFSI technology stack is integrating with APIs. We are also looking at something around anonymization. And in all of this, we will look at how can we bring this new innovation and we can bring global technology providers to be able to service the BFSI industry. I think over the last 1 year, our team has collaborated very well with the BFSI industry on their readiness to be able to, be prepared for the upcoming personal data protection bill. There were a lot of briefing sessions, a lot of workshops. I think we will continue to invest our time and efforts to be able to build the preparedness of the industry for the privacy regime in the country. But most importantly, I would like to share that our team, most of you all are familiar with the DSCI privacy framework. We have now undertaking sectoral frameworks. There's a framework for healthcare, which is almost ready for launch. But in the next quarter this year, we'll be developing a privacy framework for banking and insurance sectors, where we hope to collaborate with you. And as we develop, also take your inputs, factor your feedback, and we'll be creating an advisory board for that. And I do hope some of you all will be able to invest your time to guide the DSCI team as we develop these frameworks. We will also continue to focus on research reports and the user awareness campaigns on lines of the way we did Digital Payments Abhiyan, where 18 or more industry members partnered with us, and platforms like MyGov of METI and the recent Internet Safety Campaign will continue to do that. On the other hand, I think as we protect and we defend, we also need to be prepared for investigating cybercrimes as and when they occur. And our team in Bangalore, the CCR team, will continue to step up its cybercrime investigation, forensics capability building, and particularly training law enforcement officers, prosecution, and judiciary so that the country can ramp up their cybercrime investigation and forensics capabilities. That's another thing that we will do. And we believe that investing in the threat intel advisories is something that we have stepped up quite a bit last year. But I'm sure there's a lot more to be done in partnership with all our security industry members. We do hope that we will make the threat intel platform and the advisories that we publish on a monthly, quarterly basis a lot more richer and useful. This is where, again, I would request CISOs and teams to be able to contribute, because threat intel is not a competitive advantage. I think it's an area where we need to collaborate as an ecosystem. So this is one area that I would like the teams to support DSCI and our industry members so that we can roll out more richer, timely advisories on any new attack or case studies of attacks that have happened somewhere else in some other parts of the world. And we will continue to engage a lot more with CERT and the National Security Coordinator's Office and regulators of BFSI and institutions like REBIT and IDRBT to be able to engage with this sector. So thank you. Thank you for joining us. And please pick the sessions of your interest in the next 2 days. Please ask some hard questions of all the speakers. And I do hope you can contribute to the discussions and you will find the session enriching. And I wish all of you all a lot of good health and staying safe, both from COVID and all the cyber risks. Thank you.
Thank you, Rama, for the warm inaugural address. And now we'll start with the plenary session. I request all our plenary speakers to kindly join us backstage, and we'll get started shortly. Thanks for waiting. Moving on to our first plenary session of the day, we have an eclectic line of speakers deliberating on the topic, resiliency of smart digital enterprises, learnings from the large-scale outages leading to global disruptions. Given the rising number of cyber attacks and the increase in attack sophistication, having a document on resiliency plan is not sufficient. Leaders need to foresee the challenges, plan ahead, test the plan thoroughly, and include everyone in the process. To discuss this and more, we have our esteemed panelists today. Mr. Vishal Pranjale, Head of Security and Resilience India, Invesco. Mr. Tom Langford, Global Security Advocate from SentinelOne. Mr. Saurabh Sharma, Senior Security Researcher on the Global Research and Analysis Team from Kaspersky Lab. To moderate the session, I would like to call upon Mr. Sridhar Sidhu, SVP, Information and Cybersecurity Group from Wells Fargo and Company. Mr. Sridhar would be setting the tone of the session and other panel members would join in as per the flow of the discussion. Also, I would request the panelists to allow some time for Q&A.
Yeah, I can't hear anything, guys.
Over to you, Mr. Sridhar.
Hi everyone, sorry for the technical glitch. So just give us 2 more minutes and Mr. Sidhu will be back with us.
Does anybody know any good jokes? I would tell you the joke about the UDP protocol, but you wouldn't get it.
We would get it. I think you can try at home.
Mr. Sridhar will join us shortly.
Perhaps while we're waiting for our moderator, we could introduce ourselves, so at least we don't have to do that when he arrives. Shall we?
Yeah, I think that's a good plan.
Yeah, Vishal, why don't you go first?
Sure, thanks, Tom. Hello all, myself Vishal Pranjale, and I'm the head of security for Invesco. Invesco, it's a financial asset management firm, fourth across the globe, and I'm leading the India team for Invesco. Thanks.
Thank you. Sarah.
Yeah, thank you. So I work as a senior security researcher in Kaspersky APAC for GREAT team. So GREAT is Global Research and Analysis team. So my job is to investigate and track and report about advanced persistent threats.
Excellent. And my name is Tom Langford. I'm the Global Security Advocate for SentinelOne. I'm a recovering CISO. I did start being a CISO with a full head of hair, and as you know, CISOs are quite stressful positions. So I was CISO at Publicis Group, and then ran my own consultancy and joined SentinelOne late last year. Should we talk about hobbies? We've got to fill some things. Shall we actually start? Shall we pull something together? Let's start on question one, the context setting here. So, what does resiliency mean in 2021, especially with so many outages and changes in the way we're working? Let's why don't we take a scene setting pitch at this? Sarah, why don't you take a first pass?
Yeah, so I think the most important point, if we talk about cyber resiliency in 2021, is business continuity, because we have seen a lot of attacks are happening. But amidst that, the important point is that business must continue. So according to me, if we talk about the resilient part, how fast an organization can recover from an attack without hampering their or without disrupting their business. So that's the key point in 221, according to me, if we talk about cyber resiliency. Why I would say that is because there are two main points. Because of this COVID pandemic, the scenario has changed. Before that, an organization has to worry about only protecting their internal networks. But with this change in the work pattern, they have also protect the work networks, work from home networks, which are more prone to attacks if we consider the internal corporate network. So I think that's the main point here.
Okay, I think we have Sridhar back.
All right.
Okay. Hi, Siddha. We've done our introductions. We've just started on the context setting. So Saurabh has just given his answer. Very happy for you to take over.
All right. Thanks, Tom. As luck would have it, and Moore's law, when things have to work at time, it doesn't. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening from wherever you are tuning in for this, interesting day today, hosted by, particularly for financial services sector. As I mentioned, probably my name is Sidhu. I work with U.S. Financial Services Organization, and I'm happy to be moderating this session. As you could see, we are all working from home or wherever we are. I myself from a small summer home, you can see in the background. So what we're going to do now is we have seen in the last probably 12 to 15 months, tremendous amount of activity happening around the security aspects for all the organizations, irrespective of the sector that we operate in, right? So last 12 months, we've seen a lot many breaches of a sizable nature, which led to global outages in certain services. So from that context, what we're going to look at is how the CISOs of various organizations, and particularly the financial services CISOs, need to be mindful. So from that standpoint, I think there is a context already set by my colleagues earlier. So I'm going to start asking questions, probably start with Vishal. Vishal, looking at what happened in the last maybe 15 months, what it means to you as an information security professional in financial services, what resiliency means to you?
Thank you very much, Sridhar, and it's a very interesting question. The cyber security resiliency and what we have seen in last year. So I consider overall cyber security is on fire right now because of the entire world suddenly become dependent on the technology. And if you look at the overall, Gartner report, it says that after COVID, it's more than 100% companies, they suddenly started working remotely and mainly working from home. And most of the companies, around 70% companies, they need to transform their operations on the digital platform overnight. So initially they were having plans for a couple of years, but they need to just be on the digital platforms overnight. So considering all these factors, and as Saurabh also mentioned correctly, I think from a cybersecurity resiliency perspective, I think the most important thing is how fast you can recover from any disruptions, be it a cyber disruptions or be it a business continuity disruptions. Initially, I think gone are those are the days wherein we were planning about proactive and reactive, shifting from reactive to proactive approach. I think now the companies, mainly the financial services company, needs to be one step ahead, and they need to think that, okay, what happens? How soon my company can recover if there is an attack? So that's what I personally think the main focus would be in 2021. And with some of the key important point is, again, from remote working, the threat landscape has increased and increased very much. Now it's a borderless security. So I think the second factor, what I would consider most important, is the zero trust architecture. So that's these two factors I would consider are the most important factors for cybersecurity and resiliency, at least in 2021.
All right. Thanks, Vishal. So, for audience, Vishal and I work in financial services. So we know what is happening in our organization, but we have a panel, Tom and Saurabh. They work with many people like us across the industry spectrum. So let me pose the same question to Tom. What you see as probably resiliency, new definition for CISOs across the industries?
Well, you see, for me, resiliency always used to be just business continuity. It's almost like we've got this brand new marketing term called resiliency, which allows us to sell our products a little bit more effectively, etc. But resiliency is effectively business continuity, the ability to continue your business when it's put under some kind of undue or unforeseen stress. And I think it's able to snap back into operation quickly, or even more ideally, it's able to continue its operations despite the interruption. And it reminds me of Netflix. They have a series of agents that run on their networks, and one of which is called the Chaos Monkey, which is literally designed to go across their network and disable services and take down servers randomly across their network. And the reason they do that is it's almost like scar tissue in that, it comes back stronger, or if you break a bone, it actually grows back together more strongly. In that, if the company is in a constant state of stress, etc., they have to engineer and operate their business in a way that they can continue their huge uptimes. I mean, 6 nines or something like that uptimes on their services, despite things happening. So when an actual event happens, it's just another Tuesday, it's just another Wednesday, it doesn't matter. So for me, that's the true meaning of resiliency. If we strip away some of that marketing, and it's like business continuity plus for me, that ability to operate as if nothing has happened whilst a separate team of people fixes the real problem that's going on.
Thanks, Tom. That's it's a very, I think, interesting connotation. The chaos monkey. I think many high resiliency organizations are definitely looking at that use case of Netflix to do similar things, automated fashion, to be ready for the worst case scenario. Saurabh, you lead in the APAC world for one of the cybersecurity firms. So what are you seeing from a CISO standpoint, the new way of looking at resilience?
Yeah, as I already mentioned, and I agree with Tom as well. So the new resiliency is that the business must continue, the business continuity. And as I mentioned, that it is important that how fast an organization can recover from an attack without hampering the business continuity. So I feel this is the most important aspect in 2021 because the attack surface has also changed as well. If we see most of the people are working from home, so an organization not only has to defend the internal networks, but they have also ensured that the home networks are sure because they are more prone to the new cyber attacks. They have obviously some weaknesses which a corporate network will not have.
Thanks, Saurabh. So let's switch gears, right? Last 15 months, as I mentioned earlier, we have seen, numerous breaches that happened across industry spectrum, right? We also heard the term like the mother of breaches of the decade that happened in the month of December, which was publicly, communicated by one of the, well-known cybersecurity firms, right? Whether you take FireEye, or SolarWinds, Microsoft 365, in a span of 2 to 3 days, maybe tens of thousands of organizations have been breached. That's known, right? Which has never happened, at least in the known history. So with those changes, the pace at which it is happening, and also the complexity of those breaches is also included. That's what 2 main factors for me: the advancement as to how they're being breached, and second is the frequency at which the organizations are breached. So with this new thing coming up in the last maybe 5 to 6 months, what should CISOs be doing to keep their basically organizations more secure? Vishal, maybe let me start with an organization running financial services from you, and then take the consulting view later.
Sure, thanks, Sridhar. And it's very interesting question. And if you look at all the attacks, the recent and probably the past attacks, so I think the three factors which I see most important for any organization, and first one is, and it's my favorite one, always focus on the basics. So if you look at the SolarWinds attack, and if you kind of deep dive what exactly happened, the answer lies in the basics. They were aware about it, and the point or the vulnerability was again it was very much basic thing. Again, if I remind you, the 2017 attack, it was very much famous, the Equifax one. It was again a very basic point which they miss, and they need to lose some millions of dollars. So, if you look at the overall any attacks, I think we would go and settle in the basics concept. So, I think my first key point is any cybersecurity team, and especially in the financial services also. I think though we are working on the innovative and automotive solutions, but always never forget the basics. So that's first point. And second point is, as I have mentioned, I think we need to shift our focus from reactive to proactive approach, and try to shift the entire information security framework to the left. So how we can identify the applicable vulnerabilities for financial services quickly, and how we can start working on it very much effectively. So that's another point of focus for the financial services. And third, and the most important one is the people. So the most important is how we can have a risk-aware culture in the organization, not only in the financial services, but I think this point applies to all the organizations. How, as they say, that people are the weakest link in security. So how we can have, it's not only the security awareness anymore, it's the overall culture, how we can have a risk aware culture, so that any employee also should think the consequences of clicking on an unknowing link, or seeing the email address which they are not sure. So I think to summarize, these 3 points are the most important from the overall information security perspective.
Can't agree more, Vishal. I think basic hygiene is such an important thing. I keep telling, for example, in case of my 2 daughters, right? I keep telling them you can brush twice a day, but at times you need to also floss your teeth. But it is not that easy to maintain the hygiene aspects of it, right? So let me turn to Saurabh. Saurabh, from consulting side of the world, what are you seeing on the same front?
Yeah, so I want to say that so this kind of attacks are like the testing time for both the security industry and as well as the clients of the security industry. And as Vishal rightly mentioned that these attacks are the innovative waves, and the thing is that we will keep on seeing these innovative waves from the attackers, and we also will keep on seeing the innovative techniques from the defender side as well. So the learning which I think we have from this kind of attacks is that this is not the end of such kind of attacks. We will see this kind of attacks again and again. And the important thing is that as a cybersecurity vendor, we have to learn from these attacks, and we have to improve our capabilities so that we can detect these attacks at an earlier stage. Because imagine if the FireEye or the other vendors would not have detected this attack at an earlier stage, we don't know, we will seeing the more of supply chain attack because of this particular one attack. Yeah.
So I can't agree more. I think first is be vigilant, and second, when we see something, say something to the industry to say that rest of the people can benefit from it. Tom, over to you.
Yes, I think I completely agree, actually, with everything everybody said before, which of course makes it difficult to go last. But what I will do is disagree with Vishal here when he said that people are the weakest link in security. I think I think people are the only link in security, and that's, my opening statement for this particular question would have been, it's always about the people first and foremost. Forget the technology, forget anything else. If you don't focus on the people, if you don't have the culture in place, you cannot expect to have significant change in the way that you do business and not have security incidents, breaches, any sort of screw ups, etc., happening. Because if you can't communicate with your people, if you can't explain what's going on and why they have to change their behaviors all of a sudden, then how are they supposed to know? How are they actually supposed to understand what they need to do? So yes, for me, I think the key thing is absolutely communication, awareness, education, preparation as well as part of that whole resilience thing, right? So yeah, it's really is focused on change management, which is a fundamental project management term and a process, right? But we seem to forget that every time. We think that because a change is, if we make a change in a security control, well, everybody understands why we're doing that and they'll just adopt it. No, they won't. They'll do whatever's easiest for them. Convenience will always trump security every single time. So you have to make your security controls as convenient as possible.
Yeah,
absolutely. Very well said.
Can't agree more. I'm sure Vishal was telling also probably when he said people are the weakest link, he meant focus first on people than rest of the technology.
I know.
That's correct. Yeah, that's correct.
So let me turn
But what's a panel without a disagreement? Come on.
That's true. Absolutely. Absolutely. So, let's switch gears.
Sridhar, we're not able to hear you.
Yeah, we've lost your... Whoops.
So it's, again, some technical glitches.
Yeah. I need to say something about resiliency here.
All right.
Yeah. Okay.
We thought we were going to have to roll out the resiliency plan then.
All right. So what I was saying is that there is no single financial institution in the world that can run without a third-party service provider, right? A significant portion of the service delivery happens across globally for financial institutions with third parties. And we have seen a significant third-party risk coming up in the last 6 months, in addition to the internal insider threats that are happening because of work from home and all that. So from probably, let me turn it to maybe Saurabh or Tom, whoever want to go first. What do you see from the industry standpoint, the third-party risk exposure, how it changed, and what the CISO should be revisiting from a third-party risk management standpoint?
I think I can go ahead.
Yeah,
first.
Go ahead, Saurabh. Yeah.
I think the important point is obviously when you have a third-party vendor into your network, so you are prone to attack which could happen from the third-party side. So which comes to the point is that evaluation of third-party vendor is very critical. And a third-party vendor can be different based on the different services they provide. So I will broadly classify it as the one who manage your services and devices. We can say that managed security services, and the one to which you send you and your customers data, and the third one, which I will say the cloud providers, which provide cloud platform to run your service and applications. And the important thing is that when you choose any of the vendor, you have to include them into your risk management plan. And why the risk management plan is important, so I can provide few examples here. The first one is you need to have a clear understanding between the service provider and your organization in terms of responsibilities. As an example, we can say that if you have asked your service provider to take care of patch management things, so you have to audit your service provider whether they are doing the patch management on the regular basis or not. I think if we talk about the patch management, so nowadays the patch management is not very critical. The critical point is validating the patch itself, because we cannot like trust the digital signatures. Even if a patch is digitally signed or a binary is digitally signed, at least we have to once verify that the binary is not malicious or is not compromised. The another thing, if you do not consider the vendor service into your risk management plan, is that you have to basically isolate your network and the vendor network or the vendor device into your network, because in case if a vendor gets compromised, then it's become difficult for attacker to laterally move to your critical devices. And obviously the other things which we have need to take care, you have to basically limit the inbound and outbound traffic that is happening from a vendor device. And also you have to review the or probably scrutinize the level of access that you have to provide to a vendor. So this, like, if these points which I mentioned will basically should be part of a risk management plan, so that we can reduce the attack surface which can probably arise from the vendor side.
Thanks, Saurav. Good insight. So let me turn it to Tom, and then probably I'll go to Vishal to see what he is doing in his organization without disclosing, obviously, insider information. Tom, over to you.
So, yeah, third-party risk management is difficult. It's a large, thankless task, which really, when we get down to it, involves sending large spreadsheets or usernames and passwords to portals which you've got hundreds of questions in them to find out what the security posture is of your third party and how good they are at what they do, and are they doing what they say they're doing. Now, we've all been, as professionals, we've all been under audit by someone at some point or another, right? And I'm not convinced that everybody tells the truth 100% of the time, because their goal is to pass the audit. And there's good intentions that need to happen, etc. So if you think that your third parties are doing, are being 100% truthful with you, then I think you need your head examining, especially when it's in an approach that is not checked, it's not looked at first time around, etc. So I think really we have to be realistic about what it is that we're looking for. We need to narrow the focus a little bit. We need to rely on external certifications like ISO or PCI, for instance, etc. Whatever is relevant, HIPAA in some cases. We have to rely on those third-party certifications to try and reduce our workload with those individuals. I think we also need to build trust and real relationships with vendors. All too often, it's a case of, I give you money, you do what I tell you to do, etc. And that third party is not actually working necessarily in your best interest. It's in their best interest. If you have that relationship, if you have that trust with them and they have that trust with you, they're more likely to come to you with issues and challenges in a more open manner, because their fear is that they're going to get dropped as a vendor, they're going to get dropped as a supplier if they tell you that they've had a breach or if something has gone wrong, etc. So trust is absolutely vital. And finally, I think we need to sort of, this isn't just a test once and leave scenario. There needs to be some kind of continuous monitoring, or at least regular monitoring, but in a way that doesn't overwhelm that third party to then want to move into the dishonesty, etc. So you need to be realistic about how much you can ask them and on what regular basis, because sending them a 500 questionnaire survey every 3 months doesn't help anybody. In my history, the worst one I ever had was a 5,000 question spreadsheet we had to fill out, which was insane. We had to go through every single question, even in many cases, to say that's not applicable. Now, that's not good third-party risk management, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, thanks, Tom. As you rightly mentioned, trust is very, very important. At the end of the day, every relationship is based on trust. If same need to be done with the family members. We need to do at the corporate level with the third parties in the same manner. So Vishal, in the last 6 months, 7 months, significant things have changed in third party. Mostly financial services are revisiting the third party risk management posture, framework, and what. So without disclosing any insider information, what is that you have seen changing in third party risk management in financial services or maybe in your organization?
From a financial services perspective, I think I couldn't agree more with Saurabh and Tom. I think all are the important points. But I think from financial services perspective, it's not third-party risk management anymore. I think we should change the name to third-party/fourth-party risk management or N-party risk management.
It's not as catchy though. It doesn't roll off the tongue.
Correct.
And go ahead, Vishal.
Yeah, but this is a very key important point because many organizations are not only dependent on the third party, but you are subcontracting any of your key processes to any of your contractor, and they are further subcontracting to the fourth party, and then there is a breach in the fourth party, and how you are getting impacted as organizations, how you are taking care of the overall impact in the contract, and what all the consequences you have as part of fourth party getting breach. So I think that is also key considerations while dealing with the third party risk management.
Thanks, Vishal. I see a good number of questions coming from the audience as well. So we'll take probably one question here and then go to the audience questions. So let me ask, probably Saurabh, what are some of the guiding principles you see? Any new guiding principles that security leaders should live by in the current chaos of security management in organizations?
I think, as per me, if you are talking about the moral values or the guiding principles, so to me, like I can sum up those in 4 words. So one is govern, and the second one is protect, and the third one is detect, and fourth one is responsibility. When we are talking about the word govern, so the govern basically tells you have to manage and identify the security risk, and the protect will basically tells you have to implement security policies to basically tackle those cybersecurity risks, and detect is basically you have to detect whatever the cybersecurity events happening in your organization, and the most important part here is response. So mainly those 3 parts can be tackled easily, but the response part is very critical. You have to respond, and as well as you have to recover well in time if you find any cybersecurity incident in your organization or in your company. So I think these 4 words, as per me, are the guiding principles if you want to implement a perfect secure or implement a security posture at any organization.
Thanks, Saurabh. And I like immediately retracting perfect because there is nothing perfect in cybersecurity world ever. We will never be 100% effective. So let me turn to Tom. What are your additional thoughts on this?
So I think given that we're not only an industry, but a role, certainly as a CISO, that is measured on failure, in the sense that we're only noticed when it's all gone wrong and there's burning rubble and everything, flying around and, women and babies screaming, etc. If you're measured on failure, then you need to plan on failure, or plan for your failure rather. You need to be ready to enact a very clear plan for when things go wrong, because there's the old adage of it's not a case of if you are going to get breached or if you have a security incident, it's when, or even a case of if you think you've never been breached, you're wrong, because you've already been breached, especially when it's upwards of 9 months before most people even realize that an attacker is in their network, which means if you're listening to this today and you get breached in October time, you've been breached today. I mean, it's quite scary. So, you know, basically plan, make sure you have a plan for that inevitable failure. Now, that's not defeatist, that's just very sensible. You know, even all the armed forces around the world, you know, basically say if your plan is going to plan, then it's an ambush, if you see what I mean. So if everything's working fine, it's quite possibly something's already gone wrong. So for me, that's the absolute key part, and making sure that you know what it is that you're protecting. You could be protecting entirely the wrong stuff in reality. Do you know what it is that's important to your business? You might think it's your email or your, you know, certain intellectual property or whatever, but is it actually the right stuff? And be very clear about that. So you know, you don't have to protect all things all the time, because that's just a real drain on your resources.
Yeah, thanks, Tom. I think, as you rightly mentioned, IT asset management is a very, very key ingredient in securing the organization. So Vishal, over to you for your thoughts.
Just additional ones from what Saurabh and Tom mentioned. And again, I would like to go back to the basics again, the people, process, and technology, and which should have very strong focus on the people, as Tom also already mentioned. How we can have a more robust risk-aware culture, how we can communicate with from a CISO perspective with the stakeholders, to the employees and to the board also, how we can explain them the overall ROI from a cybersecurity perspective. And again, as we are working from home and threat landscape has increased, what are the plans we have for the employee communication and employee awareness? So I think that's one of the key important part, in addition to the technology and the processes.
Thanks, Vishal. There are some interesting questions from the audience. I'll start probably with the first one that I see here. How do you see tech stack evolving to take into account major uncertainty and potential causes? A very interesting question. I think the disparate tech stacks will have its own challenges of maintenance and risk and security management. But let me turn it maybe to Tom for your comments. How is tech stack evolving, and any comments on that?
Well, if Moore's law has anything to do it, it's evolving really, really quickly, and we have to sort of keep up with that. So I think very often we find that people will see a new technology, a new functionality, a new service, on the cloud or a something as a service, and just jump in with both feet without doing any kind of risk analysis, without doing any kind of, is this the right thing? It might fix a short-term problem or a problem that you're currently having right now, but is it the right thing for the business? And we need to work with the technology partners. Again, to go back to my earlier point about trust, we need to work with technology partners that we can trust, so that they know this technology, they know if it's the right thing for us. If there isn't that relationship, they're going to sell you technology that you don't need. And in fact, a good colleague and friend of mine, Javad Malik, he did a paper a few years ago on shelfware, and something like 80% of large companies, which I think was over 5,000 people, 80% of them have bought products that they just don't use. So sometimes it's not just about the risk of the product that you are using, it's the risk of, the financial risk of the product that you're not using, or that you think you've got, but you've not rolled out at all. So really, for me, technology is not the answer when it comes to progressing your business. Technology. Is it just me? Well, technology just, I'm going to carry on regardless. Technology, I like the sound of my own voice. What can I say? So, technology is not the thing that is going to fix all of your problems. It's your underlying processes, procedures, the way you work with your people, and your communities around you. So tech stack is important. It's not number one. Technology should never be number one.
Yeah, thanks, Tom. I think we are waiting for the other two friends joining us back. But let me ask you one more question, an interesting one, though. I'm going to paraphrase something, right? We always talk about security by design. So we are talking about resiliency. The question from the audience is there resiliency by design as a concept, given most of the time we are reactive? So any thoughts on the concept of?
Well, actually, yes. I think if we go back to the Netflix example and Chaos Monkey, that is resiliency by design. It's not resiliency that you might expect, because actually the process, the activity you're carrying on is actually diminishing your technical capability or technological capability, but in doing so is creating resiliency. So yes, I think there is a thing about such as resiliency by design, where you're building in the ability for large segments of your technology stack to fail. Part of that also is making sure, again, that your people and processes underneath are very clear and are resilient in themselves. Your procedures themselves are resilient in order for you to be able to rely on that kind of scenario.
Thanks, Tom. So there's one more question, probably last one, we'll take it in the interest of time. So the question is, how is resiliency an
important factor for the financial industry, which might not be the case with the other sectors? So I think that's the main difference, what I can see.
One cousin would be probably healthcare. So let me turn it to Tom. Your thoughts on it?
So yes, you're right. The financial industry is heavily regulated. I think it helps, to be honest with you, because industries where there's less regulation, they kind of get on and just do what they want and what they feel is right. At least in the financial industry, it's very clear. You must achieve, your outcomes must be optimum within these guardrails. It's difficult. I've not operated in the financial industry directly, so I've no personal experience. I know plenty of people who do, and they constantly complain about having to do this and having to do that, etc. I see it as a bonus, really, because frankly, you can very clearly say to your executive leadership or your board, this course of action is very risky, because here's what the regulation says, or this course of action you really should not be following. And as security professionals, we should very rarely be saying no to things. But this course of action is unwise, and here's why. So I think that that concept of regulation, etc., is absolutely vital, and can do. Whilst we don't want to regulate companies into the ground so they can't be flexible, etc., there are certain environments where you need to be. I mean, if you look at the financial sector, it's undergone, certainly in my sort of local experience, it's undergone a massive change with open banking, and the ability for major financial institutions to open their accounts in a secure way to other banks and other financial institutions, allowing the consumer a vast amount of insight and knowledge and choice around how they're managing their financial matters, but in a secure way and in a highly regulated way. So you can still be agile and innovative within that kind of regulatory environment.
So thanks, Tom. In the interest of time, there are a few more questions, but we can't take those questions in the interest of time. So I would like to, summarize probably, in maybe 60 seconds, right? The external environment and the internal environment in organizations across industries is changing. The insider threat is changing. The external threat landscape is changing. The third-party risks are increasing. And at the same time, the most important thing we all agree is hygiene. Basic hygiene is critical. People understanding and building the culture of accountability is vital. And then looking at your risks and accordingly acting on technology solutions would help sustain and continue in the ever-evolving circumstances of cyber breaches. So I would like to thank Vishal, Saurabh, who could not be here right now, and also Tom for taking time to share their experiences and thoughts with us. With that, thank you very much for the audience, and look forward to whatever feedback you want to give it to the team, and we'll get back to the backstage. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Welcome back. The pace of digital transformation accelerates with a focus on resilience, agility, and operational efficiency. End-to-end cybersecurity is an essential transversal part of each digital transformation strategy. Thank you all panelists for sharing your valuable insights, experiences, and knowledge about how organizations can safeguard data for business continuity. Before we move to the next segment of the keynote session, I would request you all to share and visit our exhibition booths, where you can download company brochures, interact with experts, and find solutions developed by our exhibitors. Also share your experience on social media using the official hashtag FINSEC 2021, and do not forget to tag DSCI on Twitter and LinkedIn. Thank you. Please wait for some time. We'll be live soon with interesting keynote sessions. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the keynote session round at the DSCI FINSEC Conclave 2021. Unfortunately, due to some unavoidable circumstances, our speaker, Mr. Nitin Dubey, Senior Pre-Sales Manager, South Asia, Kaspersky, would not be able to join us. And we would be moving on to our second keynote of the day from Central One. Central One is also a platinum partner for the DSCI FINSEC Summit. And now representing Central One, I would like to invite to stage Mr. Divakar Dayal, Regional Director, India and SAARC. Welcome.
Hey, thanks, Vikas. Hope the audience can hear me clearly, and yourself as well. It's a great pleasure to be here, team. I know many of you, and for those of you who may not know me, my name is Divakar Dayal. I have been in the cybersecurity industry for almost 20 plus years now. I've had the good fortune of seeing some very interesting and exciting times in those years. I have worked with organizations, very prestigious leadership organizations like Qualys, Tenable, Cisco, Juniper, Wipro, Dimension Data, a lot of them that I'm proud of. And I'm currently the country manager for Sentinel One. I've just come on board a couple of months back, and we are just about getting started in India. And in the next maybe 14, 15 minutes, what I would really want to do is take you through what is, really the problem statement that we are seeing it from the company's lens, but also is there something that we can do about it to really make lives easier for most of you out here. Allow me to share my screen, as I bring it on. All right. Is my screen visible? Can I get an audio cue?
Yes, Jiva, it's visible and you're audible.
Thank you so much. Right. So really what I want to cover in the next maybe, like I said, 15 minutes is what is the role of really the endpoint security, right, in building the enterprise resiliency? And I think the last session, we did have an interesting panel in terms of what is building and what is resiliency, right? I'm not going to get into that, but really what I want to cover in the next couple of minutes is one, why traditional protective approaches are not working any longer. I think I don't have to talk about why, most of you get it, but we will just look at a couple of examples. Second, of course, is that the complexities that have kind of come over, which have made CISO's ability to respond even more difficult, given what we've seen in the last year or so. And of course, what is that we can do to solve this problem? What is the importance of automation in response to this kind of processes? And that's what I would like to really spend a lot more time in the short time that we have here. With that, I mean, clearly one thing is very, very clear, right? Last 1 year has been one of the toughest lives in most of our, in our entire lifetime, right? It's been tough on all of us. It's taken a huge toll, especially on the IT and the security community. While most of the organizations, all of us have been planning and talking about digital transformation for over 10 years, no one expected suddenly that a 3-year roadmap would be reduced to almost 3 weeks in terms of execution timelines. And clearly, there was a need for a very resilient infrastructure, specifically the banking and FSI infrastructure of our country, which I think the pandemic did try to expose all of its vulnerability, right? Starting from work from home and not really having cloud connectivity, the perimeters vanishing and whatnot. While most of us, I think, can be proud that our Indian BFSI industry as a whole has stood the test of time, provided the services to our citizens where we could, but we've also taken a lot of bleeding. Yeah. And as they know, and as they say, sometimes never let a good crisis go to waste. Some of our BFSI leaders have used the last 1 year to strengthen the security landscape. But what I really want to get your attention towards is how the CISO today, in a way, is creating that enterprise firewall, which is nothing but operating within the 4 walls of the house. Right. And for them to really, and for all of us to really execute on the digital transformation, I think we really understand clearly now that there needs to be a lot more resiliency in the way we have our security transformation process. And some of us have been lucky that we got the budgets that we could go on and execute on them. Some of them have been put under the bus in terms of, struggling with manpower and technology access and, of course, budgets. But overall, the management, the business management have understood that digital transformation is important to stay alive, but even more important is the security transformation, right? It's a very, very high time that some of the organizations who have still stuck with the fossilized, security infra that they may have, need to really move towards the next generation infrastructure. Those of you who know me and heard me before, I like to tell a good story. And what better story than really the history of the endpoint security? I think most of you are aware, some of us who have been lucky enough to, work in the early 90s in security, we've seen this gradual shift of, signature-based technologies to what we call cloud-based technologies in the last 4-5 years, right? The antivirus era had its own, problems that we looked upon, but also it came up with its own signature-based, technology that could be addressed. But in the last maybe 10 years or so, what we call the endpoint protection era, we have seen the sophistication of the endpoints really kind of mature, right? The attackers have had it easy on us. The endpoints are proliferated, and obviously, different versions, different OSs, patch management, not being able to catch up on time. We have seen that protection became even more important, while a lot of technology innovation happened around how we use the cloud to really power our protection. But really, in the last maybe year or so, we are seeing that a lot of newer attacks have happened. I'm not going to get into them because many of you are experts already here, and we've also heard our earlier speakers talk about them. But when you look at how do I handle a supply chain attack or a LOTL, right? Clearly, we need a lot more resilient defense system, right? A system that really can help scale people. It's not people-based, right? A system that is a lot more machine-built, purpose-built in terms of real-time, execution. And also, most importantly, is can we really manage and shrink the mean time to respond or detect as we are seeing the challenge grow in front of us? The answer to that clearly is a big no, right? As most of us in India today are worried about and are preparing ourselves for the work from home part 2 version, right? Something that we didn't expect really with the second wave coming. Clearly that the problems that we faced last year are not going to go away, right? We are going to continue to have legacy systems. That is the way this country has developed. We're not going to throw them out of the window just one fine day. And hence, whatever cool technology we're talking about has to work on these legacy systems, right? And the other aspect is that I mean, there's no two doubts about that the cloud has all the benefits it provides in terms of managing a lot of these problems. But sometimes if access to the cloud itself is a problem, right, I think it's going to be even more difficult to really solve this problem. And that is where we are seeing that a lot of cool tech leverages a lot more of cloud. But unfortunately, when the end users today have very poor last mile connectivity because they are connecting from their house and whatnot, they are going to struggle in terms of taking the benefit that the cloud really provides. And the last but most important problem that we've continued to have in the last couple of years, really around skill gap, that's not going to go anywhere away soon. The only good news is that I think lots of our youngsters understand that cybersecurity is a place that there are jobs that are being created, and it's one of the areas where it will develop a lot more, and hence hopefully we'll have a lot more talent joining us, right, to leverage and manage our systems. But clearly, the investments that a lot of banking and FSI companies have made in the last couple of years, especially moving in from the 2010 first generation of SOC to the last 2-3 years of second generation of SOC, of the active SOC and whatever the S jargon that we may have to call it, there is a challenge. The challenge is that there are still too many tools, right? There are a lot of overlaps between tools offered by the endpoint, by the network, by the applications and whatnot. The noise has not reduced. In fact, it's I think quadrupled in terms of it's continued to kind of get more and more noisier. The signal to noise ratio has gotten more poor, right? Of course, the experts are scarce. I think if you take an average CISO life in the last maybe 10 years in India, I'm sure it's reduced almost to 2 or 3 years per organization, which is really not a good sign in terms of ability to really solve the problem that they have come to solve, right? And that is just, these are only adding to those problems. There are, of course, blind spots and bottlenecks that they continue to have. And hence, there clearly is some kind of, a need to kind of look at this problem statement just a bit differently and say, hey, is there another way to look at this, this problem? Sometimes it feels like we're losing the battle, right? But I think all is not lost. In the last maybe a couple of days and months and years, we have seen that when we have been able to reduce the human intervention, right, and really bring machine learning and artificial intelligence to kind of help us manage this problem, we seem to be getting successful. Right, Poneman Institute conducted a research last year, and they came up with this, finding, which is very startling, that almost 197 days is the time it takes for an attacker to be on the network before we discover them. It's simply because if you had just human beings looking at a lot of data, because the signal to noise ratio is so low, too many false positives, it's very difficult to catch up. Hence, maybe there is a way that we need to look at AI and ML to really help reduce this noise and give the humans the clear and clean data that can really help them kind of address this problem. And one way of doing that is really looking at the holistic picture in terms of how do you manage all of these. I think clearly, it starts with first and foremost in today's disconnected world where the perimeters don't exist. People work from wherever they are, work from anywhere as such. The solutions that we have need to be autonomous, right? We need to have the ability to be able to detect without any kind of dependence, either on the cloud or any other systems, or even have prior knowledge of the threat, basically making sure that without increasing noise, we're able to independently work and solve the problem then and there. Second, of course, is automation that I spoke about earlier, machine speed over human speed. We need to leverage that to reduce this noise that's really creating and make sure that the humans don't interfere, right? We don't become the man in the middle when the automation is taking place with regards to cybersecurity, response. The other part is correlation, things that can talk to each other and make a lot more intelligent decisions, data-driven decisions. I think we have an opportunity to really help reduce the analyst workload, the SOC team's workloads, and improve the actionability of the detections. One of the most important aspects that I've always focused on in my entire 20 plus years of career, working with CISOs as your partners, is how can we empower all of you? Right? If you are able to lead and not just follow an IT team, a diktat, or the marketing or the sales, we should be feeling a lot more confident in really facing all these kind of attacks, all these kind of things that we don't plan for, in a lot more resilient fashion. Of course, most of you know about one platform, the ability to switch really between endpoints, networks, and device controls and vulnerability management, all being able to talk to each other in real time using APIs and whatever else that works to make it a lot more cohesive in the way we solve the problem. Zero trust has, I think, come of age. We are looking at a lot more enhanced zero trust in the last couple of quarters. It's really all about how can I simplify, right, a way to execute. Never trust, always verify, but to a point where every aspect of the application, the processes, and the endpoints talking to each other follow this without really putting any further load on the system. So what I want to introduce to you today really is something which is very unique. It's a patented technology that SentinelOne really has been going to market within the last couple of years across the world. It's what we call our storyline, right? And really, to the point I was making earlier, we need to take the power of real-time machine-built context to really look at data and processes as they happen in real time. And for that to happen and function, it needs to have a high velocity. It needs to make sure that it's able to protect in real time. There is, very few time available to really go back and check with my cloud consoles, with something else to say, hey, is this looking good or is not looking good? Because we use static AI and behavior AI in real time, right, sitting inside the processor, right, inside the process, we're able to see each and every process really taking place in terms of, is it a good one? Is it a bad one? Is it something that is going to cause that a behavior that's not supposed to? And then be able to act on it in real time, right? And of course, if at all a breach does happen, very importantly is, can you recover from that breach? Can you respond with really reversing all kind of unauthorized changes, right? Even before it kind of one shuts down the laptop or the business, but also spread across. We have unique patent around the industry in terms of how we can click and using one click and recover. We can just pull back a laptop or a PC or a server from a ransomware encrypted state to the state before that. And of course, more importantly is that ensure that all the unnecessary files and disruptions that has been created can all be quarantined, deleted in real time. Of course, if you have a network or a management policy that you need to inform, alert, and then take action, that can be done as well. But really, the power of taking decisions in real time is what we need to give to all our endpoints, right? Including also how we take that same power and leverage it on the cloud. It basically means that we are able to use real-time AI and ML in going beyond just the vectors of endpoint. We should be able to really take the telemetry, not just from the endpoints, but from containerized workloads, intelligent cloud devices, any other telemetry from network and applications, and then be able to really make decisions a lot more quicker, a lot more in real time, and be able to integrate with various other products and platforms that are really helping you protect. We use Nexus integrations, part of our application solution marketplace, which really helps integrate using open APIs, any kind of data that can be ingested into our systems, or maybe give it back to another data lake that can be mineable and, of course, exportable at any point. Remember, all of this power with the power of not just delivering by the cloud, but also be able to deliver this on a private cloud if needed to be, or on-prem, if at all there is a requirement for that. And this, we believe, is the tech that can really help manage a lot of our current problems, right, in real time, but also make sure that as and when the landscape changes in terms of the threats, we're able to understand, leverage this power that we already have, and be able to sort them out. With that, I think it's clear that the tools and the technologies we used the last century, the last 10 years, the last 5 years, today may not be able to solve the problems of what we're seeing today, but also what is going to come tomorrow. And we believe at SentinelOne, right? We have been able to solve these problems for our customers successfully in the last couple of years across the world. We've just about started operations here in India, and we are hopeful that working with our customers here, like yourself, right, and other partners of ours, we should be able to give you the power of technology that really helps you scale your people in terms of how you manage your SOC, how you manage your endpoints, and of course, you want to take it to an extended, detection and response platform. But also make sure that we are giving you the power of automation to shrink the mean time to respond and recover to what we call a real-time response era, right? There is no time to go back, check, do the diligence and come back to act. It's already 1 week and 1 month too late. And that is the kind of power that we're talking about with regards to active EDR. A lot of our patented technologies have been super successful across the world amongst our customers, right? We've added over 5,500 customers in the last couple of years. A lot of them are top Fortune 10 companies, right? And clearly, we have a lot of names in the banking that obviously, because of our confidentiality, we're not able to put them up here, but these are the referenceable customers that we have in this part of the world. One of the last and most interesting aspect of what we are doing here and how it's being recognized is what I want to leave you with, which is the Gartner Peer Insight. As many of you know, Gartner is a respectable analyst, and they run what they call the Peer Insights, which basically invites customers of existing products to come and rate and share feedback on how the products are behaving, how are they managing those products. And we're really proud, and leading this Sentinel-1 for India, I'm really happy to share that we have been rated as the highest number of ratings for a vendor in EDR, but also the most rated EDR vendor in terms of the voice of the customer report for EDR technology. And all of this is information is available with Gartner. You can just Google and get them in the public domain. And most importantly is customers who have actually embarked on this journey with us. They have seen that compared to everybody else in terms of how we are able to provide solutions, we've also increased the return on investment on solutions. Simply because, one, we've automated most of the response systems. Two is that primarily the response time and the resolution time that the SOC teams have to take have been dramatically cut down, right? And we can show them to you as and when we get an opportunity. And this basically means that you have more business uptime and reduced downtime. With that, I come to an end to my presentation. I've not been able to see the questions so far, but really happy to take if you had any questions at all. I am conscious of time, and I think I've kind of just finished it exactly in 15 minutes. So happy that even if it's a physical stage when we're speaking or on a virtual stage here, we're able to give time back to all of you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Dayal, for that really interesting overview of Sentinel-1 and sharing with us your wonderful insights. And thank you for joining us today.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure. Really looking forward to some questions and feedbacks maybe at a later stage. We should be able to take them. I have Yashasvi, my security director in India as well, here with me. Yash, is there any questions that we can immediately address? I guess none so far, or maybe we'll take them offline. Yeah.
We'll definitely share with you any questions that are
Thank you.
in the session. Thank you. So with that, I would like to invite Mr. Karthik Sahni, Managing Director, Tenable, to give his keynote. Tenable as well is a platinum partner for the DSCI FINSEC Conclave 2021. Mr. Sahni, please welcome you to the stage.
Hi Karthik, you're audible and you're, we can see you and you're live. So now you can share your screen and both Vikas and myself will go to backstage.
Okay, give me a second. I need to get that. 1 second, I just need to set it up. Jatin, am I good?
Yes, Karthik. You can open up the most recent PPT which you want to profile, and we can see the presentation.
I've opened up the presentation. Can you see my presentation?
Currently, we can see a drive, so you may have to open up or double click, or I can do it for you if you want.
Just 1 second. Can you see it now?
Not right now, but should I do it for you? I mean, you can give me cue and I can switch.
So it says share and then present. So let me say share.
If you've opened the PowerPoint on the system.
I've opened it and it says present. So I'm in the presentation mode. So can you see it now?
Not right now. Should I do it for you? I mean, I will be happy to help you on sharing.
Okay. Then I'll be able to see myself and I can see my presentation also taking place, right? Good afternoon.
Hey, Karthik. Yes, you're audible. The screen is there, so you can go ahead.
So can I start now?
Yes, please, sir.
So good afternoon. It's such an honor to be able to share my thoughts with this very, very distinguished audience. I would like to run you through some of my thoughts. It's going to be rather simple, but I thought it's important. Moving on, get to the next slide. Most organizations use a very layered approach to security. And it's a very simple thought process as to why they do it. They do it because if one of the attacks take place and one of the layers is impacted, the subsequent layers would probably deter or stop that attack. The next slide. However, this is not always true. There are exploits that happen, and there are times when the attackers do find the chinks in the armor and get through. Next. What do you think the board is thinking about? What's running through their minds? There are 5 questions that essentially come up. The board wants to figure out where are they exposed, or where is the company exposed? What should they focus on first? How mature are the processes they use? Is the exposure reducing over a period of time? And how do they compare to their peers in the industry? Moving on, we would realize that what do consultants say? Most consultants that advise their customers always say, protect your crown jewels or protect your most critical assets. The next thing they say is, try and analyze where do you think you have the highest potential of a risk? Or where is it that you are going to have a breach, and how do you manage the breach? And the next thing they will also say is remediate quickly. And the reason to remediate quickly is you reduce the damage. But it's easier said than done. It's not so easy to do all of this. And the question that comes in people's mind is, but how? How do we do all this? Moving on. So how do we fix this really, really simple issue? And then one way is to look at dashboards. Every single product comes with its own dashboard. There's a lot of information that you have on these dashboards. These dashboards are actually important. They're important from an operational standpoint. The operation people need to know where are the issues, how are they going to patch it, how are they going to fix it. And so from their perspective, these dashboards are really, really important. But are these dashboards important to the management? The management would prefer to have a simple dashboard. They would like to have a dashboard that will help them understand where they stand. So let's look at some of the elements of these dashboards. And these dashboards, which are simple, moving on to the next slide, will show you a simple dashboard which answers the 5 questions that the board had thought of. The first one is, are you mature? Are your processes mature enough? And the assessment maturity part of the dashboard will show you how mature are you. The second part of it is, what are my critical assets? Can you go back to the previous slide? How are the critical assets and vulnerabilities there? Are you safe or are you exposed? And finally, you can see how you are trending against your peers and counterparts in the industry. For the management to be able to get a quantifiable score that would help them understand where they are at a given point in time, tells them whether their security posture is adequate or inadequate, which are the areas that they really need to work on to fix. That's where the whole dashboard starts making a lot of sense to a management. The security framework, or the cybersecurity framework, or the cyber exposure life cycle, so to say, aligns really well with what the consultants have been discussing with customers. Access or assess really is the point where they say, assess your critical assets, find out or discover those critical assets of yours so that you know that you have business continuity. And if they are breached, you know which are the ones that you need to protect the most. So that is in line with the first one that the consultant said. We need to protect our crown jewels or critical assets. The second part is analyze. And that aligns with the consultant's second part, which talks about what is the risk. So analyze helps you analyze the risk in case a breach takes place. How and what is going to be the impact of it. The next stage is fix, which according to the consultant is remediate quickly. And that's where that fix part comes in. So how do you fix and what do you fix? But the most important part and the biggest differentiator is the ability to see your cyber exposure score. So to be able to measure it, to be able to monitor, and to be able to manage this cyber exposure score will help managements to make better business and technological decisions. what do they need to invest in, where do they need to invest, and what do they need to do next. And over a period of time, when the cycle comes all the way around, they can measure to see have they done the right things or they haven't. The most important part of the whole process, and what people mostly confuse vulnerability management, is vulnerability management to most means something that's going to tell them how vulnerable they are. And in my opinion, it's not how vulnerable you are, but vulnerability management systems, methodologies really are a tool to help organizations really understand where they are vulnerable. And with the shortage of funds and budgets, it also helps you nail down the places where you need to invest. It'll tell you which are the areas that if you were to invest would give you the best bang for the buck. And so the vulnerability management system is not something good to have. It's something that is a tool which helps you really do three things. It brings down the cost. It brings down the risk. And with both these things down, it helps in the growth of revenue. So looking at this entire process, the cyber exposure lifecycle or the framework really helps top management get a view of where they are at any given point in time, and also it helps them take the right decisions. That's for today, and I thank you for it. But you know what? If you're more interested in this and you would like to get more information on it, please reach out to me at kshahani@tenable.com.
Thank you, Mr. Shahani, for that really interesting and very crisp presentation and sharing your insights. And we will definitely get back to you if there are any questions or the challenges. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you.
With that, we would like to conclude the keynote sessions for the day. Please stay tuned in for a power pack 1.5 day ahead of the FinSec Summit, with several panel sessions and several other keynotes coming up. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone, and warm welcome to the Financial Conclave 2021. So we are conducting this panel discussion on ransomware DDoS attacks targeting 100 plus financial firms. And so this is the panel discussion that we are conducting, as we have seen that from last 1 year we are working from home, and we have seen that there are tremendous amount of attacks on financial institutions, whether it is in the form of ransomware or maybe DDoS or credential stuffing, or maybe we have seen several different attacks which are targeting financial sector, because that's where money lies, and those are at a prime target of attackers. So today we have an eminent panel to discuss this particular topic, which we are bringing together, which is on the ransomware and DDoS. So I have with me Mr. S.S. Sharma from CERTIN. He's working as a director, CERTIN. Welcome, Mr. Sharma, sir. So I have Kelvin V, who is a senior security director for Asia Pacific and Japan for Sentinel-1. Welcome, Kelvin. I have with me Sanmesh. He's from Infosys. He's heading managed security services for Infosys. Welcome, Sanmesh. I have Himanshu Dubey, who is heading security for Quick Hill Technology, security research for Quick Hill Technologies. And to moderate this session, I have Mr. Bharat Panchal, who is Chief Risk Officer for FIS Global. And now I would request Bharat to please take on and moderate this panel for us.
Hi, good afternoon to all, and thanks for DSCI for continuing this show for long period. And though we are going through pandemic time, but still they have continued that tradition to have FINSEC, and I'm happy to be part of this. Ransomware is something which is now known to almost everyone. Those who are
I'm off the stage. I'm now back at the backstage, right?
All of us have come across one or another target, and let me give you very easiest example for us to understand what is ransomware all about. Those who have seen a movie Sholay, where Gabbar and his people are putting a threat notice at the entrance of the gaon that you need to pay this much or you'll lose your life. That is the simplest way of ransom, and that has formed in digital, and that is what is ransomware, what we all are talking today. And in very recent time, about 100 financial sector firm or institution across multiple countries were targeted in the wave of ransomware distributed through distributed denial of service, which is called DDoS. And among those, but naturally, the 70 or 80% of those targeted institutions were either bank or exchange or payment companies or card issuer, were something where they can monetize. So in each instance, the attacker were, as I mentioned in my example, they used to give a target of an extortion that, okay, this much you need to pay in Bitcoin, and unless you pay this, we will not give your data, we will not allow your service to run as normal services, and unless you pay them, nothing is going to happen. And that's where in the world we are today. So ransomware plus DDoS is at another form or example of a multi-vector attack, which executed by a specific APT group or group of hackers, which literally take your system or services for task and does not allow anything to happen. And as data suggests worldwide, that financial sector the most hot target, because that's where they get maximum money, and that's what the motivation for them. So I have very eminent panel to discuss about this. Let me not take too much of time to spend about the introduction of ransomware, but we as a country, India as a fastest growing economy in the world today, and at the same time our digital adoption has gone multifold. We all are a witness of having UPI billion of transaction every month, and we are seeing 1 billion transaction a day. So along with that digital transformation, the cyber risk are also phenomenally increasing day by day. So my first question to Sangamesh, that you are coming from a very reputed company, Infosys. So can you please provide a little perspective about how the ransomware originated, and how its proliferation is happening in such a short time, and what are the implications on the overall system?
Yeah, thanks, Bharat, and good afternoon, everyone. So, if you look at Bharat, the ransomware, right? It is, as you correctly mentioned, it has been demonstrated in Sholay movie as well. And if you look at the adoption by the malicious users, right? It has been there for more than a decade. If you look at, many people don't even know it has been existed in the late 1980s, right? So the first ransomware, which is called as the AIDS Trojan, which was actually developed by a biologist, Joseph Priestley. So in the AIDS conference, so he actually distributed the diskettes which had the malicious program, malicious code, which had the capability to encrypt the files, or rather lock the files and the directories, to put it in a simple way, right? So that is the first known ransomware so far we know. And and in fact he also demanded at least I think it is $10 to be dropped in PO box, right? He had also given the instruction where they have to pay the ransom to recover the files and the directories, right? So that is the first ever ransomware that is known to the industry. And the research have been going on in terms of how this is predominantly from the ethical perspective, in terms of how we can actually protect the data by encrypting it, all such things. Same as the case, the similar thought process has been picked up by the malicious user, and they used it for orchestrating an attack and achieving their modus operandi, right? So if you look at the evolution, the first existence of ransomware was spotted on 1989. That's the AIDS Trojan. And after that, in 1996, there came a thought process of the research on using asymmetric encryption, right? For encrypting the files, right? And it also slowly evolved, and in 2006, 10 years later, it was first demonstrated by a ransomware named Archivius Trojan, right? So that is the first ever ransomware which had used asymmetric algorithm using RSA algorithm, that demonstrated the usage of the cryptography for a malicious purpose. And slowly, while the controls have been developed, those are the days where we are more focusing only on the antivirus solution, not even we have not even coined the term APT, right? So and after that, we also had the introduction of Bitcoin. So instead of demanding the hard cash, the Bitcoin, which was introduced in 2008, that has become one of the channel for the attackers to use it by creating their own wallet and demanding. It's not even asking; it's demanding for a ransom to decrypt.
Ransom
to
is always
decrypt their
demanded,
file.
not asked.
Yes, of course, yeah. And 2015 is where we seen the focus of attackers shifted towards from the traditional attacks of denial of service attack, or it could be a malware attack, just by creating the damage, right? To become a destructive in nature. The introduction of a crypto locker with a time bomb capability. A time bomb in the sense they want to create the impact at the same time.
So I agree, Magnesh, that the ransomware as a service, or which has targeted multi-vector attack, has gone really multi-fold in last 1 or 2 years. Unfortunately, in this pandemic time, and pandemic time, I think it has gone much more beyond our imagination. So it has become a threat for nation also. So of course, government is also very serious about how to handle cyber attack, and one of the important role being played by certain, and we have great participant here on the panel, Samredam Sharma, who is known for his great initiative he took many years ago about Cyber Swachhta Kendra. So let me bring him in this talk, that what could be the organization strategy, because he managed the government strategy as well. So but he's the right person to tell us about the government strategy, what one should follow as strategy to counter this sophisticated campaign, be it ransomware or DDoS or targeted multi-vector attack. Sharmaji, welcome on this discussion, sir.
Thank you, Bharat. Thank you for the kind words. Yes, this threat we have been tracking this. CSERT, we are operational since 2004 January, and it's a long journey. Various kinds of threats and incidents. As the threats are evolving, we are also evolving and expanding our facilities. So many initiatives have been taken. As you mentioned correctly, one of the important initiative was the Cyber Swachhta Kendra. It's meant as a center for cyber hygiene. That is more towards the citizens and common users as well as organizations also. And of course, we handle incidents and we operate 24% help desk. So we know what kinds of incidents happen. Of course, all incidents are not reported. And from a ransomware context, I'll tell 2-3 important points, and I'll come to Cyber Swachhta Kendra also. See, Cyber Swachhta Kendra actually, basically, it is meant to track infected systems in the country and to reach out to user and enable them cleaning of the infected systems. That is the primary objective. So we have collaborative arrangements with various organizations and feeds, etc. We collated. We operated various sinkhole servers, etc., and tracked the infected systems. And then we have actually sort of tie up with ISPs to reach out to customers and send message. For a normal citizen, when he receives this message that his computer or malware is infected, how he will understand it, how will he act upon that? So for that, we created a website with a simple language. And based on the global botnet cleaning initiatives and those experiences in other countries, we created a simple HTML website, and we have collaborated with antivirus vendors. Particularly, we are thankful to QuickHeal for quickly coming on board there and creating free removal tools for us. And this helped a lot actually in terms of giving a prominent botnet infections. If you see overall infections, top 10 botnets cover 90% of the infections. So if top 10 botnets if you can get cleaned, we will have good hygiene. So we shared with the samples we killed, and we got removal tools developed. In case of WannaCry, within a few hours we got a removal tool developed and we hosted there. And we could quickly conduct a webcast and reach out to users also through YouTube to create awareness. Now, after that, we have continued these collaborations. Research institutes are on board with this, and various ISPs in India are on board with this initiative, and they are doing aggressively the notifications, etc. Recently, the eScan Microworld Technologies has come on board, and K7 Computing is also come on board, and they are also creating removal tools. So in a way, it's a very effective public-private partnership in true sense. Industry is partnered here. Their antivirus vendors are helping us, and intelligence is coming from various global as well as domestic sources. We know about infected systems, and now the second part comes about the ransomware and all those things, where the challenge typically is in a generic user awareness. There we are taking help of ISCA program, Information Security Education Awareness Program, where a portal is created, isca.infosecawareness.in. This has information about basic information security in various Indian languages, not only English, Hindi, Telugu, Malayalam, Kannada, all languages. Material for students, parents, children, teachers is available. We have to create more awareness, and all institutions, banks, etc. has to use these posters and videos available there. In the last October Cybersecurity Awareness Month, we have tweeted all these awareness materials also for general consumption of the users. That is a generic awareness perspective. Now coming to the ransomware and FinSec. See, ransomware, as Sangamesh has correctly mentioned, it has evolved a lot. But what I want to appreciate a typical FinSector organization is to see about the risk to you. if a ransomware infection comes. The most disturbing trends happened in the last 2 years is the ransomware others have seen they're encrypting and demanding money. That is one happening. But with the evolution of this thing, best practice, etc., everybody did know that if I have a good backup, I will restore from my trusted backup and I need not pay money. Now, the purpose of the ransom demand is defeated. What they did now is they evolved of exfiltration of the data before encryption. The ransomware gangs, I don't want to give fame to them, so I am not taking names of those gangs. They're evolving, various gangs are there. First, after encryption, they are actually exfiltrating the data, keeping a copy with them, and saying that in a particular underground forum or public forum, I will release 5% of the data as a sample. And now you pay, otherwise I will release all your 95% of the data there. Now, Bharat, from a compliance perspective, if the data that is stolen is a card data, let us say, there are huge compliance problems are there and huge potential damage potential. If your stolen data is employee records, there is a different potential and risk to the company. If stolen data is a public data, including like Aadhaar and the personal information of the organization, or healthcare data for that matter, the COVID test reports, etc., the risk is huge to the users whose data is breached, as well as to the company who has.
Yes.
So the liability is huge. So to that extent, I would suggest there is more seriousness is required. That is number one. Understand the liability. If you have the data of the customers, huge amount of data, you have to protect the data by all means. Now, unfortunate situation, yes, breaches do happen. Now, what you to do after breach happen? First of all, a company has to be able to prove that they have taken due diligence and reasonable security practices have been implemented. Otherwise, they are liable under IT Act. This is number one, everybody should appreciate. Number two, important point is, have you reported the incident? Why many companies do handle on their own. See, what happens is you may handle on your own, particularly in a community. I'm telling, not from a regulatory perspective. Regulatory perspective, reporting is mandatory to certain. They have to report. Financial sector organizations, as per RBI mandate, they have to report to RBI as well as certain. This reporting compliance is to be there. Once you don't report, once I learn from a media report and reach out to you that you have not reported what happened, then you confirm, means any company confirms, then you have done a mistake and you are liable to penalty.
You have committed a crime.
You have the mistake and there's a liability of non-reporting incidents. That is number one, you have to understand. Number two, reporting is to certain is required, and also sharing the information, indicators, etc. As a community here through DSCI and all of industry, all of us, we have to sort of come to a minimum common understanding of, suppose an aggregate ransomware attack happened on a particular company X, if they report incident to certain and also in a community share in an anonymous manner, whatever way, you need not tell that I am breached or something like that. So you can also say that there is an attempt from aggregate ransomware and these are the indicators. Share the indicators, share the attack vectors. Now, as you understand from a security community perspective, the indicators like IP addresses and domains keep on changing. That threat intel will be dated once it comes and you implement in a firewall, block those IPs. That doesn't matter much. Where we have to understand more is how the ransomware infection happened in the first hand. What is the point zero? What is the incoming attack vector? There are few attack vectors that are there. We have to understand these TTPs, tactics, techniques, and procedures of the attackers, and mitigate the device countermeasures for those incoming vectors. Very quickly, I will tell you how the incoming vectors evolved. Initial ransomware like CryptoLocker, etc., since 2013 onwards, primary attack vector was spam mails. Spam mails come, somebody clicked on the spam mail, some malicious link or document, and it got infected, and it is encrypted the disks. That is a simple, trivial attack vector happened. Then it is evolved to spear phishing. So attacker gang is targeting a particular company and compromising some of the email accounts of this company and sending emails from a trusted account to other colleagues and getting infected. Then this also came down now. Recent trend last 1 year, mostly the open RDPs and stolen RDP credentials. That is the incoming vector. So now you mitigate that vector also. Then the thing has evolved now to mostly, now the recent thing happened is public facing web servers, mail servers, etc. and then compromising those servers. So many vulnerabilities are there in the public facing systems. People are not patching. So once you don't patch a particular, let us say, reject to HTTP file server, there is a serious vulnerabilities there. Microsoft Exchange server, serious vulnerabilities are there. If the company doesn't patch those things, there is a door open, attacker compromises. Now, the most important thing what we observed as part of incident handling is compromising of the public facing server, laterally moving into inside, then reaching to the Active Directory server or domain controller, then creating a VPN account there, authenticated VPN account there, and accessing other systems, and exfiltrating the data, and then keeping a copy with them, and then blackmailing. After this, not only this, most of the server, high-end server, whenever they find, they will install the coin miners also. They use all your computing for mining crypto miners. That is also parallelly happens. Even though people clean this particular ransomware, restore backup, the coin miner doesn't get cleaned up. Still, your servers are being used for mining the cryptocurrency. This is what the whole picture happening. Now, another point I have to, I will leave to other panelists and you for food for thought is, once the data is exfiltrated and attacker is blackmailing, how will deal with the situation? How we'll deal with the reputation of the company? How we will deal with the risk of the disclosure of that particular sensitive user data? This is a problem where governments, law enforcement, certs, and the forums like DSCI and the entities itself have to work together. Yeah, that's what
every practitioner. I think a very excellent explanation, Sharmaji, about the mindset of you started from mindset of ransomware hackers to the government strategy challenges all across, be it government, be it institution, be it as individual. So fantastic and really is an eye opener. But you touch upon various sector, but one of the critical sectors is the financial sector, and I come from that sector, so I've seen the kind of attack what has happened and how it has damaged many. I can't name, but you all are aware that the top banks and all. So when in today's time, not only security, the availability of a financial system is also one of the prime objective, because 5-minute downtime create the help in the whole environment. So let me come to Himanshu, because you come from the solution side. So what are the operational security changes or tactics what you as a solution provider you think we need to look up on, because security professional as well, how we can secure our system and make sure that we are always available 24/7. Himanshu, please.
Sure, Bharat, and thank you. So first of all, financial institutions are heavily targeted by attackers, as you mentioned at the beginning of your talk. That's where the money is, and that's why attackers are always interested in targeting financial institutions. That's the primary motive these days, finance. Now, Sangamesh talked about ransomware, where it started, where it is going. Sharmaji also talked about the double extortion techniques that the attackers are using. He touched upon the double extortion technique, where the data is exfiltrated by attackers before encryption, and then they encrypt it and then demand money, otherwise they will release the data. Now, as he also mentioned, that organizations have gotten good at backing up the data, and in some of the ransomware attacks, they were able to restore the data from backups and use that. That's why the effectiveness of backups or ransom attacks was going down. The double extortion came in picture, and even backups were not sufficient. So first of all, any organization, whether it is fintech or anything else, but primarily in fintech, because of the sensitive data that these organizations store, it is imperative that the data is always encrypted and the encryption keys are safely stored so that they are not accessible to anyone. Right? If the data is encrypted fairly, even if it gets exfiltrated, it will not have any impact. Okay, I'm hearing a lot of echo. Can everybody please go on mute?
Yeah, echo is coming.
Yeah. Okay. This is better now. Thank you. So, yeah. So what is with encryption? You can save some sort of double extortion attacks. But even in this, the attackers are also always evolving. If the organizations have started encrypting their data and using backups, the attackers have to find ways to still earn money. And that's where, particularly against financial institutions, they have started using a different multi-vector attack where they are now using DDoS attacks, distributed denial of service attacks, for demanding ransom from these institutions. And Bharat, as you mentioned, the financial services availability is a major area. They have to be available. If they go down for a few minutes, millions of customers may get impacted. For example, in India, UPI has become the primary payment mechanism these days. We are all using those APIs extensively throughout the day. So if that infrastructure goes down even for a minute, imagine what kind of financial transactions will be affected. So this is what the attackers are relying on. They are relying on the financial institutions' inability to survive a long unavailability of their services. So in addition to ransomware, they have now started to use the fear of a DDoS attack to ask for ransom or demand ransom from the target organizations. Okay, so this is the attacker side of a story. Now, what can organizations do to keep themselves safe? First of all, naturally, the first one that comes to mind is use web application firewalls. So there are really good web application firewalls which are available in market today. Understand your services that are exposed publicly. Understand what are the right usage of those services. Deploy these web application firewalls and ensure that those web application firewalls are filtering any unexpected data or connections that are being requested to those APIs. Also, set up in-house security teams. So this is where probably many financial institutions are not focused. But it is crucial that any organization which has even the smallest digital footprint to have a dedicated cybersecurity team in-house. Either they build the team on their own or they engage with a third-party SOC provider, because that is crucial. Once you have that team, log each and every activity that is happening on your servers and web services. So any connection requests that are coming in, the responses that are going out, keep recording them and pass this data to your SOC team for regular analysis. And this SOC team is continuously analyzing this data. In case they notice any spike, then they start acting immediately. So even if someone is trying to launch a DDoS attack against these services, one, your protection mechanism, such as a web application firewall, will help protect you. But a web application firewall would probably not keep you safe in every instance. So assume that some attacks would still be able to hit your services. In that case, having this dedicated SOC team, which is continuously analyzing the incoming data, looking for any potential anomalies and spikes, that becomes crucial. So for me, the most important security mechanism is, in addition to the security tools, having those dedicated security teams in-house. All right. Add to that, the organizations, particularly in the financial institutes, they should look at security from two perspectives. One is how to minimize the possibility of an attack, which is where web application firewall using multi-layered security and other good cybersecurity practices come into picture. Mm-hmm. At the same time, though, the reality is that a motivated attacker can always find a way through your defenses. So having the various security layers in place makes it really expensive for those attackers to get through your defenses. But even then, some attacks may be successful. So this is where the second approach comes into picture, which is usually termed as assume breach mentality. Assume that a breach may happen. Assume that a successful cyber attack against your organization may happen. Define a response plan beforehand. Make sure that you have an adequate response plan in place. Your SOC team is looking at the data regularly. They are determining whether something anomalous is happening. If something anomalous is detected, act as per that response plan. Right?
That makes sense, yeah.
This will help minimize the impact of any successful attack if and when that happens.
I agree because I personally believe that there is no such thing called fully secure in this world, and we all need to go with that thumb rule that you are hacked. If you are not aware, then it is your problem, or you are about to hack. These are the two probabilities. There's no third probability in my personal experience. That's what I say. But when we're talking about cyber threat and this kind of in-house security, but still we have one limitation. In that, let me tell you honestly that we believe that since I have all tool and all system and practices are in place, probably I'm not going to hack. We need to come out from that syndrome that okay. Just because I'm safe and I have taken enough protection, nothing is going to happen because we are in the cyber world, which is borderless, and of course the crime are also borderless. So when we are talking about the homegrown system or homegrown control and all, threat intelligence across border make lot of difference. So let me bring in Calvin because he comes from the worldwide organization where can you please share such insight about the role of threat intelligence, sharing with various organization or strategic institution, where we as a targeted audience can make use of that, and if you can bring some perspective, India or Southeast Asia as a the hub of technology, where they stand in terms of the global practices. Over to you, Calvin.
Okay, thank you very much. I think firstly, I'd just like to say I'm really delighted to be here as part of the panel with the great opportunity to have this discussion with experts in this field. It is very enlightening, that's for sure. So to your question about threat intelligence, I think coming from Sentinel-1, where I'm responsible for the Asia Pacific and Japan theater, I constantly interact with my threat research team about what we see that's out there, what that's in the region, and what's specific that's in country, and so on. It is very, very concerning. I would say it's very concerning in that sense about what we see in terms of the threats, not just the kind of attack vectors that is occurring, the ransomware, multi-vector attacks, everything that has been discussed earlier on, how it has evolved over the last couple of years. I think that is very concerning in many aspects of it. Now, why, I guess, if we take a step back and we talk about threat intelligence as a topic on its own, if you think about it, threat intelligence is really an evidence-based kind of knowledge, right? And that includes the context, the mechanism, the indicators, your IOCs, the kind of implications of the kind of advice that we can give, the action-oriented kind of advice of a existing or emerging or just a brand new attack that we have seen. So how can we then take this threat intelligence and make an informed decision in your environment, in the setup, in the systems that you have? I mean, if you think about the vulnerabilities that might be there, having this additional intel and understanding, the vulnerabilities that have occurred and so on, how can we then take this information, learn from the experience from different kinds of organizations, attacks, and so on, and then put that into the stack, the security stack that you have. So I think one of the things that the cybersecurity industry, the challenges that we face is that there is a lot of information that is out there. I think a lot of organizations have built up their SOC team very well. They have expertise in getting the information. But if you were to then go back and analyze that, and the discussions that I have with a lot of organizations, financial institutions are very focused around building SOCs, right? And you talk about some of the organizations having a combination of NOCs, which is the Network Operation Centers. And if you go into a level even higher, when we talk about the government agencies, they're talking about JOCs, which is the Joint Operation Center, where there is also healthcare, military, financial parts, all that comes into play. Now, the challenge that the industry face as a whole is that there is a lot of information. There is a lot of threat actors out there. Now, the qualification who is going to curate that information is going to be very key, because otherwise you're going to have a lot of information and you have to go through that enormous amount of information, and then this daily flood of data that's coming in, how are you going to digest that and pick up what is really important, what is malicious, and what is not? So I think those are the ones that is a challenge. Now, on the other side of it is that we do see that there's a serious shortage of skilled professionals in this field. There are a lot of people who claim to know, but when they look at the vectors, they look at the stuff, there is a shortage of that expertise, that's for sure. And now we do see this shortage globally, right? I mean, I see a lot of expertise in India. I see a lot of that in the region as well. And I think, how do we then take that information, not just put it into products or anything like that? It's a matter of how do we make that protocol inter-exchangeable to all the various industry, and specifically to the financial institutions. I think that one is very key. Now, one of the things that I would also share, something that I've been analyzing, and something that I've seen specifically in the financial sector, and not just in India, but across the region as well. Some of you may be aware, techniques that are being used that's beyond just the DDoS and the ransomware is like Trojans, for example, that have been evolving. And one of the more famous one that has that gone into the news was the Emotet Trojans, right? The Emotet Trojan is one that's pretty sophisticated, is a multi-vector. And we have seen this since 2014. It re-emerged in 2017. I think in 2019, a few banks in India got hit. And the way it evolves, the way it is being used, it is not just a matter of getting an IOC and say, this is the hash and this is the malicious code. It evolves so quickly in which that you can have multi-stage attacks, ransomware included. You got credential stealing methods. And I've seen cases whereby credentials are then being stolen. And once I have the credentials of your systems, it's the keys to the kingdom, right? I go into your AD and to SS point, how you do all those infiltration, as well as the data exfiltration, all that all comes in. Now, it is important to understand that even for an attack like that to happen, it actually takes different organizations. And I think in beginning of this year, Europol, for example, consisting of various government agencies, the FBI was also involved, and they took down the Emotet network towards the end of January. So we did not see very much of that resurfacing. But those of us in the threat intel, those of us in the security industry are constantly looking out, for the re-emergence of this.
No, it's very, very great insight, Kelvin. You really brought a lot of right perspective, and I really like the way you explain about the shortage of really skilled resources, because we may have many IT resources. India is hub for technology, but to get right skill set to protect or to respond on any cyber attack, really that's a global challenge, and definitely we'll have to overcome on that. But while it is true that we are at the point of no return in terms of use of technology, we just can't go back on those days where we used to have a landline at our home instead of mobile. So that is inevitable that we have to continue with the technology, and we have to live with that. But at the same time, the cyber security and cyber attack are going to be a continuous headache for all of us. And in today's time, with so much of proliferation of technology, do you think that current resiliency plan, be it DR to BCP or data backup, encryption, and all other things, do you think that this current plan are good enough to recover our critical financial system or business function at speed? My request to all the panelists, if each one of you can briefly touch upon this point. What is it enough what we are doing right now? And if not, what we need to add? Very briefly, please. Start with Sharmaji. I think you're mute.
Sorry, to avoid echo, I was muting. It's a great point. That is very, very important point. So see, we mentioned as from a third perspective. See, we handle incident from a larger, wide variety of constituency. right from a major, let us say, financial institution to small, medium business company and end users. See, there are various different maturity levels. So according to the budget and business range and maturity level, you have to assess your plans. See, what happens is you can't expect all kinds of security measures as well as teams, etc., in place in a small, medium business. So here there is first of all, I wish to tell that there is a huge opportunity and a need of the hour is the collaboration. How industry, government, academic institutions, and the global forums, how we can collaborate to create a kind of small task force helpline. For example, for threat intel sharing or those kind of thing. Now, Bharat, important point is even if I give threat intel, so many organizations we see they struggle to consume and act upon those threat intel.
Sometimes they don't even open that email also. I'm aware about that.
that emails, and we have text-based platforms to enable organizations that you have a taxi client and pull data from us through API and just integrate with your SIM. But see, as Kelvin has correctly mentioned, if you integrate threat intel to SIM, you all have seen those things. It will throw 100 alerts. How do you prioritize these alerts? That data fatigue, alert fatigue will be there. Even if L1, L2, what kind of Hanuman you put up there, he will be fatigued with the data and alerts. This is
Fully agree.
This is a challenge. So there should be a plan, as Himanshu correctly mentioned. First of all, perceive your threat, perceive your business and assets, and have a small, very brief plan. If at all something happens with me, how would I handle with this plan? Suppose a DDoS attack happens with me. I have a WAF or DDoS mitigation device? Can I procure and put or not? If I can't put a DDoS mitigation solution, can I have an arrangement with my upstream ISP to mitigate attack for me? Or can I outsource my SOC, or I have to operate my own SOC? These kind of criteria somebody has to balance. Now we all experienced people like you and from our CERT experience, DSCI, we have to come up with certain kind of framework for small and medium businesses. See, if you have this thing, do like this. If you don't have this, these are your collaborative sources that are available. Like that, sometimes you can't handle your incident. You know, like I will say a very simple use case example. When a financial institution was threatened in last 3 months back, and we suspected and we have seen build-up of a huge DDoS attack. The internet pipe connection of the particular institution is 1 Gbps, let us say, and the typical attack that can come with this actors is around 300 Gbps. The whole ISP will choke in the attacks. It's not that institution or even ISP will handle. So we had to request all basic upstream ISPs to be on caution and mitigate the attacks towards the specific ISP and institution.
So very great example, Sharmaji.
We need to have some kind of pre-notioned threat perception, and in case of this threat comes at a national level, how we will collaborate, who I will reach, do we know each other or not? I always see people that I know you or not, you know CERT or not, I know a point of contact in DSCI and major banks or not. This is very much important.
Very important.
The freedom. I'm telling you honestly from a real world example, we should have the freedom to take a conversation in midnight, start and talk in midnight, and sharing information and act upon the threat, because this threat will not wait for our plans and procedures.
Not at all.
That's why we have to have
let me bring Sagnesh. Sagnesh, can you please briefly tell about what do you think that the current arrangement, is it enough or not?
So, Bharat, to be precise, the current preparation by the organization is not enough. Because we still rely on the traditional way of adopting the cyber resiliency processes, right? So we need to, in the sense, like the organization has to equip themselves in terms of preparing themselves to respond to an attack or such kind of a cyber event by simulating the attack on their own, right? So we have technologies like breach and attack simulation, where attack can be simulated in their own environment and see their preparedness and readiness, and also test their processes across, people, process, technology, right? Whether the technology is able to detect such kind of an event and the process is effective, people have the right skill set to classify that it is an cyber event. As like Mr. Sharma told, humongous alerts, right? What if an unskilled person sitting in a security operations center looking at
even skilled
attack
person
and
also. Even skilled person also can't do that. It's not his job.
Yes,
It's not
and wrongly
human being
classifies
can do
that as
that.
a false positive. Yeah, wrongly classifies that a false pursuit that lead to a major impact as well. So
Great,
organization has to.
Himanshu, your concluding remarks, please. We are running short of time. I think we have
Sure.
overshot a few seconds. So please.
Okay. So simple answer is no. The current preparations are not sufficient. And in fact, that is the premise that I would recommend organizations to always work with, because cyber attackers are always looking for ways to bypass your defenses and breach your whatever preparations you have done. So all the preparations have to be continuously improved.
Great.
So at any stage of time, if you ask me this question, my answer simply will be no.
Very good. Kevin, your last point.
Okay, I'll keep it short. I know that we have run out of time, but I will say this, right? And to articulate what Himanshu has said earlier on, it is never enough. But I think what is important is that organizations need to remain vigilant and constantly look what is out there, right? In terms of what the technologies that's out there, in terms of what the processes that can be improved, in terms of what training can be deployed for the users, for the people. I mean, the thing is this, we talk about people who are not skilled, but how do they get skilled?
Yes.
Through training, through understanding. And, and of course, when we talk about the technology piece, it's like, what can we do better? What is out there?
Excellent. Exactly.
Vigilant on that, yeah.
Superb. So, just to wrap up, in addition to what all you four eminent people just said, from my side, I think the most important part is not technology, not the best of the best tool, but a coordination and cooperation within the whole set of people, be it government, be it institution, be it regulator. I think that is where we need to really come together and fight collectively. So, thank you very much for having this wonderful discussion. I'm getting many messages on my WhatsApp as well that people are really want to continue this discussion for a few more hours, but definitely Vivek is not allowing us because he's looking at me that we have overshot the time. So back to you, Vivek, and thanks to all the participants and all the viewers for having a passionate listening to this panel discussion. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Bharat, for moderating such a nice panel, and thank you everyone, H.S. Sharma sir, for bringing the perspective from the CERT India and telling us the quick insights from your journey of 15 years. Himanshu, thanks for your insights from the technology provider and security provider point of view. Samay is coming from the large enterprise serving global customers. His point of view also added value to the panel. Kelvin is again coming from the capability provider. So I thank all of you. We are short of time, so we'll take questions.
You did not say thanks to me, man.
Yeah, but you are the showstopper. So you have moderated this. You have such a huge experience working with NPCI and FIS Global. You are always add expertise, and we really look forward to your guidance and advice.
Thank you very much.
So thank you, everyone.
Just thanks, and we have to more seriously work on the collaboration. That's what I urge the panelists and Bharat and DSCI.
Yeah.
We are ready to collaborate. We have proved, and collaboration works great. Technology, people, process, everything need to be improved, but collaboration is most important.
Is the key. Is the key.
Have some action plan. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Good afternoon, everyone. So now it's time to start our next panel discussion, which is named as 2021 Primer for Fraud Management. So to discuss this, we have an eminent panelist where we have Mr. Vinod Kumar, who is CEO from Subex. Then Mr. Anuj Bansali, Head Trust and Safety. He is from PhonePe. And from the Vodafone, we have Vikram Kulkarni, Head of Corporate Security. And also we have Munawar Ahmad, Fraud and Risk Management Consultant. So to moderate this session, I would request Mr. Vinod Kumar, who is CEO Subex, to drive this discussion. And meanwhile, we have a poll also to make you more interaction and all. So meanwhile, I request participants to post some questions using the Q&A section. So over to you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shashidhar. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's wonderful to have you all in this panel discussion, the primer for fraud management, taking on organized digital crime industry. As to my introduction, I'm Vinod Kumar. I'm the CEO at Subex Limited. Subex is a pioneer in digital trust and provides solutions to over 200 enterprise customers in about 90 countries. It's my privilege to moderate this panel discussion, and I thank DSCI for this opportunity. Now, digital crime is predicted to inflict damages totaling over $6 trillion in 2021. Now, that is as per the Cybersecurity Ventures, who tracks these numbers regularly. Now, that translates to about $11.5 million per minute. Now, if we were to measure this as a country, cybercrime or the digital crime would be the world's third largest economy after US and China. Now, is this a problem that only affects the large corporation and governments? Now, it might have started that way, but the widespread adoption of digital, both by the consumers and the enterprises, meant that just about everybody is affected by this menace. It doesn't distinguish between whether you are small or you are big. And the current pandemic, the global pandemic on account of this COVID, has put the whole digitization on steroid. And we have also seen a drastic increase in the kind of attacks. If adequate steps are not taken, it's not that far in the distant future that just about every personally identified information about individuals and enterprises will be there in the dark web used for heinous crimes. Now, these frauds, unfortunately, are perpetrated by organizations. They are large, they are very well run. Again, it's unfortunate, but it's true that these organizations have all the elements of a well-run institution. They have a clear purpose, they have adequate resources, they have loosely coupled extremely agile, the global reach, and even in the latest and the greatest technology. You'll be surprised to know that more than half of all the attacks happen not by somebody sitting on the desk or with a laptop. It happens by AI algorithm just about attacking every IP out there day and night. Not only that, these organizations have even evolved their business model. Now today, the SaaS has become the cornerstone for their operation. Crimeware as a service, infrastructure to host malware, hacking as a service, and whatnot. Now, when we bring all these to the Indian context, with all the massive digital push that we are doing as a nation, and also the geopolitical dynamics, has put a bullseye on our country and its businesses. Digital threats have started expanding beyond the normal realm of computers and smartphones, and it attacks just about anything with a digital heartbeat: people, infrastructure, power grids, and whatnot. So such an attack can create a major havoc and cripple the economy and destabilize the social economic dynamics that we have in our country. So clearly, digital fraud has become one of the largest man-made problems and is a major threat to humanity. So as individuals and leaders, it's essential for us to have a holistic view of the emerging landscape and also the mitigation strategies. To discuss these, we have a fantastic panel of practitioners from a wide spectrum of industry. I'm pleased to introduce Anuj Bansali. Anuj heads Trust and Safety at Payphone. He oversees domain related to trust, identity, and safety, and security, with a focus on reducing risk exposure from transactional fraud, anti-money laundering, application security, and identity theft. Prior to PhonePe, he worked at Flipkart as a product manager for trust and safety. He has also worked in Amazon, where he was involved in the Jungly payment, Kindle content operations, among other responsibility. Welcome, Anuj.
Thanks, Vinod.
We are also pleased to have Munawar Ahmed. Munawar is a consultant on fraud-related projects, including end-to-end advisory from verification, investigation, containment, root cause, and action plan to establish prevention mechanism. Formerly, he was the India head of Standard Chartered fraud risk management. He has extensive experience across consumer banking products and also strongly networked with an ecosystem with very close ties to industry forum, law enforcement, and regulators. Welcome, Munawar.
Thank you, Vinod.
We also is scheduled to have Vikram Kulkarni from Vodafone. He's having some technical difficulties to come on board. So as soon as he is on board, I will try to introduce him. Now, let's start with Anuj. Anuj, what are your thoughts on this digital fraud and its organized nature?
Sure, Vinod. So at PhonePe had the luxury to look at the consumer behavior, the merchant behavior, the fraudsters' behavior, right? Now let's go back a step. Why is it important around, right? Why do we require trust and safety? At the end of the day, right, as compared to probably 5 or 8 years or 10 years down the line, today, India is on the cusp of a digital revolution. It's already breaking everyday records. Earlier, you had the limitations of, if I wanted to transact, I would go to a nearby branch. Online transactions were limited across. Now, the mobile number itself has become the identity of a person. Everything you want to do is associated, it's there in your hand. You could do right from an ordering of food to booking a movie ticket to paying for your XYZ needs. I think that is all covered over here. So as more and more Indians at least start coming on the digital platform, the requirement for them to keep them safeguarded is very, very critical. At the end of the day, you have two ends of the spectrum. One is very highly qualified people, who are very tech savvy, the new generation that are so used to all the payment methodologies to everything. And on the other side, you have people who are new to these payment methodologies. And that is where the fraudsters actually try to, break this chain, try to scam them out, try to gain money out of it. Now, what has happened with the digital transactions also is that earlier what used to be your disorganized crime or even your organized crime, that was limited to very other sets, right? From a laundering activity to all of these were offline. Now everything has become online. With a normal phone, and that's not even having a smartphone, you could still do frauds. Sitting in a place in a small village, you could actually end up minting money, which could be in crores. That is where the organized financial crime is coming in. When I talk about organized financial crime, I look at it from three different aspects. One is fin crime, which is effectively deceiving your users, your customers, your merchants. Second is the internal frauds, where let's say a company gets involved, either internally they defrauding the company or they've been used as a channel to defraud the company itself. Examples of that could be business email compromise. I think almost every organization that I have talked to, they've seen people sending out saying that, hey, I received an email from a CEO or CEOs in some meeting and they required an immediate transfer of funds. Now, all of that is because of the availability of this data, of the willingness of a fraudster, right? We always used to say where there's a will, there is a way. The fraudsters have taken that to heart. They find a way, and the upside for them is actually very, very huge. And the third last aspect on the financial crimes or the overall organized crime is towards the money laundering. With earlier, everything used to be a banking channel. Now there are multiple players in the ecosystem. So you could have from a normal transaction, which was a two-party system in case of, let's say, a cash. Today, a digital transaction could be a 7 to 8-party system where the money is moving through 8 different systems out. And that further complicates out. The bad actors, unfortunately, are good at utilizing these channels in terms of using that to, let's say, get the money out, to move money around. What I would like to focus around is on the financial crime in itself. Primarily from a reason because that is what affects people like you and me. And by you and me, I mean as a normal person, not as, let's say, heading the trust and safety or looking at the frauds as a business agenda that we need to solve for. Earlier, you used to hear that there was a highway robbery or there was something that happened to a distant area. Now it is becoming too common to figure out that somebody is trying to defraud me. Somebody is trying to give me a call. And I don't know how many times this has happened with my parents, where somebody tries to call them up saying, hey, your connection is going to expire. You need to follow step A, B, C. And thankfully, have made them enough aware, so they just cut the call and say that they are not bothered with it. But a lot of people do fall for it. They end up sending money. The problem with this flow is at an individual level, the customers are the ones who get deeply impacted, from losing a few hundred rupees to maybe a few tens of thousands to a few lakh rupees of fraud that happens across. And if you look at the other side, it's a very well-oiled machinery, right? These are people that are broken into groups. There are groups who would get your data. There are groups who would then do the calling activities. There are groups who will then convince you to send the money out. Then there will be groups whose bank accounts, etc., will get used out. And then there will be groups who would finally take that money out. And it's broken into a well compartmentalized chain. With the help of this chain, what they are trying to do is all these machinery is running, and they are trying to defraud you. While you try to catch hold of one guy, there are like 3 others who have taken the money out, and by the time you reach out to them, the entire money chain has disappeared. And in this process, the digital economy does get hampered. People lose trust around on it, and that is where, as companies, as individuals, where we work around, our focus is to make sure that we make this a very safe place for people to come in and transact, where people have enough confidence that nothing should go wrong, right? It is a safe way to transact out. To put certain numbers around it, I think, and the reason I call this an organized financial crime and not just a couple of guys here and there, is you're looking at anywhere, right, from a number, if I were to pick up, close to 2,000 to 5,000 crores a year. That is the number that you would look at where this money gets taken out. And all from a 100 rupees fraud to a 500 rupees fraud to a 50,000 fraud that happens. Now, for that to happen at this scale, it is well known that it will happen, and it cannot happen unless it is organized in nature. So I think as an industry, we need to come together. We need to solve for this in terms of making sure the consumers feel safer. And at the end of the day, it is either us losing it or the customers losing it. But the money goes out, the fraudsters go scot-free, and what we are trying to achieve, that goes for a toss, which is basically bringing in that financial literacy.
Okay, very interesting. I think it is true that the organized crime have started looking at all channels to convert and launder it, including, I understand, the Airbnb and Uber, where they have arrangements with the trips to launder the money. Anyway, so moving to Munawar. Munawar, you heard Anuj talking about the impact it have on the normal subscribers and the normal individuals. Now, from an awareness standpoint and how some of these things are play out, what is your thought on it? Because you have been at the forefront tackling these on a regular basis. So, what's your view on this, Matt?
This is very interesting. I tell you, most people look at controls in terms of the technical controls, the security controls, AI, machine learning, so on and so forth. The list goes on. But I don't know how many people actually pay the attention only towards awareness. I mean, I would actually translate that into common sense. Okay. Now, for example, you have most of the financial institutions sending mailers on, cautions on, not to shake credentials, OTPs, passwords, and things like that. But then, even in spite of that, there are so many people who are vulnerable, knowingly vulnerable. They just still share things. Now, why that happens? That happens because of public curiosity is one aspect, but the bigger aspect is greed, freebies. Especially in our ecosystem, anything free, you'll have the entire crowd jumping into it.
Yeah.
So people fall victim to it, and then there's nothing much anybody can do. Whatever controls you put in, whatever security measures you bring in, awareness, I think, is an extremely important and a key aspect in mitigation. This is in one's hand. unless the person realizes that nothing comes for free and nothing comes easy, I really don't think this aspect is going to stop. And okay, now in terms of some very basic practical steps, okay, you have certain online portals which register your devices every time you sign into them. And in case there's a new device, they send you an alert. Okay, that's something very interesting. But I think that has a huge scope to evolve, because now it is just a caution mail or some kind of communication which comes in, but nobody blocks your sign in. Sign in anyway goes on. But I think the next step would be to probably ponder and explore how that could be done, because for example, if there is a wishing case which happens, the guy sitting in one corner calls up a guy in another corner, and then because the system logged in is the fraudster system, and the person is sitting in another corner. So if there is a mismatch, probably you can there can be some way of stopping the transaction. Now, for example, if you look at the telco Airtel, they have brought out something interesting. Okay, every time, even if you share the OTP, before the funds get out of your account, you still have to consent it on the app.
Yeah.
So that's something really interesting.
Yeah.
So all I would say is, see, most of the I think phishing is among the top three fraud which happens at least in India, and a significant fraud around the globe. Now, stopping phishing, yes, this awareness, is something extremely important, I would say. It's just about trying to understand the practicality of what your interests are and how you can mitigate your losses. I think it just pure common sense is all I would say.
Okay. All right. Okay. I think that is very true that, we have two-factor authentication now, probably, I don't know, 3, 4, I don't know how many we need to go through. I guess that's a whole thing, the right balance of what need to be done so that it will be not so much of inconvenience with respect to the consumer that they will stop using some of these things. That's very interesting. And it's for the benefit of the audience. Now, you would have seen a lot of examples of the organized crime sitting in various part of the ecosystem coming together. It'll be good to have one example that lays this out, Anuj, for the benefit of everyone.
Sure. So I think that Jamtara series was something which people might have watched. So that was one epicenter of fraud that was prevalent. See, there are certain geographies, if you look at it, between West Bengal, Chhattisgarh, Odisha, and now recently between the Rajasthan, Mewat area, where you are seeing a lot of these fraudsters operating from. So one thing that I had seen, and this is like a pretty long case, it was the first case that I was trying to crack out and just figure out how the money moved. So apparently a few of the fraudsters were utilizing the wallet balance across, right? For different companies. I'm a part of certain Telegram channels and I keep tracking around on this. So I got to know. So that just through curiosity led to the breaking. So apparently the entire group was broken into 4 parts. One was somebody who was collecting that entire data set, giving that this is X numbers who have a wallet and they have certain balance out. Then it was given to a Y set of users where they knew that, let's say, the account will get locked after 3 attempts of login. And they would actually try to do multiple logins. It was happening across multiple different wallets out. So they would just do under 3 attempts every single day. Once they have successfully cracked it, they would just share that to a third group. Now, this third group would basically go ahead and then say that, hey, I can offer you a discount on the recharge that you want to do for a Vodafone or an Airtel or let's say your BSNL bill at a 60% off or 50% off. What they were effectively doing is they were taking your number using a wallet of a person X and then trying to do the balance load out. And then these guys would actually receive the funds. These funds will go out. They will take the money out. This cut will get divided. It was actually a kid who was running it, and he was not even over 18, right? When I caught up to him, I actually was able to triangulate and figure out where he lived from. He was around some 120 kilometers away from Bangalore. And he's like, please don't file complaint. My papa will catch me and beat me out. And it's A, the lure of easy money, B, it's probably a wrong company, and C, the availability of too many resources, right, over a dark web to any of these things, where you start seeing a lot of people trying to just say that, hey, can I game the system, and then getting towards the wrong side. So those are some one of those examples. The other example that we saw was around the same time last year was now see fraudsters in themselves are have an ingenuity which is like unparalleled, right? PM announced the COVID relief fund, and I think within a day of that announcing, the fraudsters ended up creating a lot of fake VPAs. It was the same VPA at a different PSP handle, and they would say, just publicize it on a website or on a Facebook group or on a Telegram channel, saying that, hey, donate here. And we just saw that, hey, there are only 2 or 3 actual authorized VPAs which came in. Why is there a sudden velocity which is happening around on that? And that led us to investigate, people have started misusing. So we ended up banning them, reaching out to the respective banks, PSPs, as well as NPCI to make sure those get blocked. But in general, the way the money moves, right? I tracked the case very personally. I was trying to recover funds for some person who had lost like close to 93,000. And within a span, and this was a common OLX fraud, somebody had posted something on the OLX, somebody called up saying that I will send you a QR to receive payment, which is never the case, right? They did scan, entered the UPI pin, and they said, no, this has failed, you have not received the money. They ended up losing quite a lot. And when we were trying to trace that money flow back, we saw the transaction happened at, let's say, 1 o'clock. By 1:15, the receiver bank had moved the money. So the person had moved the money from a bank A to a bank B. That bank B, by 1:30 or between 1:30 to 2 o'clock, that moved to 2 other banks. By 4:30, the money was withdrawn from one of the ATMs somewhere in the Mewat region. And by 6:30, it was withdrawn to another ATM in another region. So if you look at the anatomy of this fraud, right, it is the fraudster called from a number which was probably located in completely different region. It was somewhere near Delhi region. The money got withdrew. The money got transferred to, let's say, an account in a Bihar region. Then it moved to a Rajasthan, got withdrawn at both West Bengal and Rajasthan. And that is the reason I keep saying this is an organized crime. It is not about a single person trying to do all of this. It is a group of persons who are doing it. Often I have had talks with fraudsters, and it's like, sir, sorry, which number did you call for? Oh, this one was done by this person. We will get you to talk to that at the person X. So yeah, so it is it's an interesting journey on how these guys have evolved. It becomes very, very tough because the identifiers you have, right? The login is still happening from the same device. The person is transferring it out, right? However much of an education and awareness we do, at the end of the day, the person has still done it. And so what I quantify this frauds, right? It's in 3 stages. One is the pre-transaction stage, where that is where you're trying to make people aware, where you're trying to educate customers, where you're trying to block them from creating accounts to doing a login. Then it's at the time of transaction. The problem is at the time of transaction, right? Everything is moved to a real-time flow. It's within that instant, the money gets debited from your account, gets transferred to another account with an instant settlement out. And so at that time, we try to assess, we try to block it out in real time, depending on machine learning algorithms to rules that we figure out in the fraud rates. The third stage is where the actual problem happens, which is if step 1 and 2 has still failed, what can you do in the post-transaction stage to, let's say, get this money? Other than today, probably blocking of some of these accounts, most of the industry actually fails to figure out a way to work to recover this money. And I think that is where we need to start working towards, so that people do not lose out their hard-earned money.
Yeah, I think that's very right. And particularly with respect to these organizations, as established organization, we are probably suited to deal with organization that has clear structures. But these organizations are so loosely structured, they come together very well executing things in the last mile, and they disintegrate and they assemble that together again. So it's quite a bit of challenging. I can understand what you're going through on a day-to-day basis. Munawar, as per the information reported to and tracked by the CERT, the number of cybersecurity incidents pertaining to digital bank reported in 2020 was close to 3 lakh. Now, what kind of measures and recalibration of fraud controls need to be done to account for this huge growth in the scale for financial crime and secure the customers?
Vinod, see, now if you look at the actual security incidents, IT security incidents, okay, now it is not necessarily that all these incidents are to do with financial crime. Now, these incidents, now, if I remember, there was, I think, the NCRB data or the RBI data, one of the two, they had quoted some 1.85 lakh security incidents in 2019-20. Okay, now if you actually come down to purely financial crime and cyber crime related to the banking sector or the finance sector, that is much lower in number. But nevertheless, in terms of growth, there has been a double-fold growth. Okay, over the last 1 year. That is, I'm talking about 2018-19 and 2019-20. So I think from about some 71,000 reported incidents, it went up to some 1.8 lakh reported incidents.
Yeah.
But then when you come down to what is recorded purely as financial crime, that's a much lower number. But now that is in terms of numbers. Now your question is basically in terms of mitigation,
The controls.
right? Mitigation and control. Now every now and then, as we see the fraud evolving, because I think the fraudsters always one step
Ahead.
ahead than all of us. So whatever, I mean, there are millions and millions of dollars which get into upgrades and new security systems and getting in new mitigations. But it will be really very naive for me to say that you can have one mitigation or two sets of mitigation which will take care of everything, because this is a process which has to keep evolving. Yes, in the current scenario, as and when we see a particular trend, I mean, whether it's global, whether it is within a country, yes, there are certain upgrades, there are certain security measures which come in. But at the same time, now what is not in control of the organizations is the devices which people use. So we do not know what has infected the devices or the devices have been hacked. So to a large extent, if you look at the banking apps, yes, even if the device is hacked, there are certain encryptions and protocols which do not let the particular app, do not let the fraudster get into that particular app even if it opens. To that extent, I think we are safe. But I really cannot say that there can be one mitigation which will last for probably even a year.
Sure.
Looking at the trend now, probably every for 4 to 6 months, I think there has to be a new upgrade in terms of whatever controls we get. And okay,
Yeah.
now let me just say, okay, this aspect is very important to me. Probably there's something which I would really wanted to share in a larger forum. Now, when we are talking about SaaS, okay, we have a lot of coding, we have a lot of rules, we have AI, we have stronger encryptions, we have machine learning, we have algorithms. I mean, the list never ends. In spite of all that, now what I think we are kind of slowly missing out is on that human intervention in terms of trying to get to the root of the case. I strongly believe that with whatever advances have come into technology to contain frauds, that human touch is still extremely important. Okay, for example, if you're picking up if you're trying to interview a fraudster, trying to investigate what is happening. Okay, by looking at his expressions, his eyes, his body language, probably the way the person answers the question, a machine cannot pick that up. I think
Right.
it is only a human being which can pick that up. So I think that aspect is kind of getting diluted. But I would still say that's an important aspect along with the advance in technology, which will get us to some logical conclusion, and probably we can look at better mitigation in that respect.
Interesting, interesting. Well, at this point in time, maybe we will do a brief poll to look at what does the audience think about some of these issues. So if we can bring up the poll. So the question is that, in your views, which of the following fraud types is your organization more vulnerable to? The option one is phishing, receipts of malicious link by the employees. Option two, fraud on the company by customers in collusion with an insider. Option three, insider fraud by an internal employee. Let's give 30 minutes just so that we can understand what is the how is the response coming in. Okay, so I think it clearly points to phishing being the most important issue. So Anuj, now there is an adage that there is no point in taking a knife to a gunfight, right? So with that, that adage is very relevant today, because on one end, we are talking about a capability of some of these guys with the digital capability, which is AI, bots, and whatnot. And other end of the spectrum, we also have very sophisticated, very smooth talking phishing attacks, which is so natural. From a tools and the resource standpoint towards address these aspects, what is your view on how we are prepared? So that's one question. The second is that while the investments into these has gone up, and it's got sort of linearly increasing year on year to counter on the mitigation strategies, the growth is exponential. So what do you think that what it will take for you to, let's say, wake up, or what will be a wake-up call to some of the CXOs or the management to provide more budget and the support to this security and the fraud-related aspects in it?
Sure, Vinod. So, see, there are two things. One is the willingness, and the second is the ability to resolve that. So let's counter the questions, and it happens at both internal at a company level as well as externally between at an ecosystem as well as a regulated level, right? Now, willingness is, do you really want to tackle the fraud? Now, and that is where I came back to the original point of why do we require trust and safety? At the end of the day, if the financial cost of this fraud is not towards the company, of course, the willingness for certain companies starts going down, right? Because sometimes it just becomes easier to earmark as a percentage bips, which is going to fall for fraud, and you just agree with that and move forward. So there has to be a willingness, because it is not just about you, it is not just about your company, it is not just about the consumers losing trust. At the end of the day, what seems like a very naive kind of an approach that, hey, it is not impacting me. If you look at the survey poll, right, 80% is saying that phishing receipt is a malicious link by an employee. It very soon will pivot to targeting the companies in itself. So at the end of the day, the willingness to solve a fraud has to come from both. You as an ecosystem hold the responsibility to have a very high bar for your customers and for your merchants out. B, as a company in itself, you will need to have a very high bar for making sure that nobody gets compromised, be it your consumers or your internal employees for that matter. So coming to the ability, now this becomes slightly complicated, primarily because, see, earlier there was the trail of things was very, very small, right? You would go into a bank, you would go to a telco partner, you would make a request, and that will get processed at a back end, and then that is how systems used to work. Today, everything is digital, everything is instantaneous. The amount of data that is getting generated, right, is huge. So every day, without even having to do anything, you would end up generating terabytes to petabytes of data, right? Mm-hmm. And for you to identify, now a fraud prevention cannot work, at least while India has a good 2FA process, but at the end of the day, you want the digital economy to grow, right? You cannot have a completely friction-led experience that, hey, I will allow you only after 48 hours or 24 hours. So you want people as an instant this thing. So you will have to process through this reams and reams of data. Using that data generated, you will have to start generating intelligence. Basis on that intelligence, you will have to figure out what experience to give to what grade of customers. While 90% or 99% of customers need to have a seamless experience, maybe for that 1%, you need to react, put in a certain restrictions out. The second part of the same problem, right, in terms of technology and infrastructure, you will require systems which are doing this at a large scale. B, you do not have the luxury to say that I will wait till tomorrow and I will process today's data and then come back to you, give an option, right? You have to do all of this near real time, all of this data processing. So that is where it becomes tricky around in terms of infrastructure. If you look at the core FRM solution, the fraud risk management solutions, which different companies have been using, a lot of them were built for an age where it was appropriate for the physical channels, right? Today, everything has become an online channel. For online channel, the way you want to tackle things is very, very different. And that requires your ability to react, interject, and take an action in near real time. And that would mean that a fraud, if it is happening right now, and if I'm able to understand how do I put in something which can go live within the next few minutes to an hour, rather than saying that I will take 7 days to understand this data, come back and probably put a plan of action which will take me a month. And you cannot put a kill switch, right? You cannot turn off the services that, hey, all new logins stop or all onboarding stop or all transactions stop, because the scale is just that high. So the ability has to come by adopting the right set of technologies. While a lot of people do use AI, ML, I think they are still the guiding points, right? These are still your anomaly detections. These are things which will give you the anti-patterns out. That is where the human intelligence comes in. You need to have the right balance between both humans and systems, where you can take that balance call. And of course, the systems have to continuously running 24/7 because humans can't do it. And we are very natural to miss some things. So I believe there has to be a long-term investment, just like you are doing. See, I like to follow a very simple analogy. I picked this up from somewhere. At the end of the day, your ability of a business to grow is akin to, let's say, your confidence of driving a Ferrari at, let's say, 200 miles an hour comes from the capability, that there are very good brakes. This risk system is actually the brake system. It is not an anti-growth system. It is that your company's ability to grow will actually depend on how good your risk systems are. How good are you able to interject? Because that gives the business confidence that, hey, let us grow because your risk teams can take care of it. And I think just basis on that, the companies need to rightfully invest into this at both technology layer as well as at the people layer.
Absolutely. I think the control system is so key. Otherwise, you will go so fast and crash somewhere. Munawar, you had indicated awareness to be a very key aspect towards mitigation. So what are some of the practical steps one can take in this direction?
Yeah, as I had mentioned earlier, in terms of practical steps, yes, definitely one practical step is common sense. Okay, without doubt. Okay, then other than that, which I have already mentioned, okay, we can always explore possibilities about trying to get the device registered, and any new login from a new device should actually be allowed with consent of probably the customer. So that's one thing which is something which just crossed my head. And secondly, now no, there is absolutely no mitigation for greed and curiosity and freebies which are offered. So you really can't look at a mitigation in that aspect. But then again, I think one very essentially one thing which stands out, and what in terms of systemic control can be done is, okay. See, now we do not know. Most of the IPs which are generated are dynamic IPs. Static IPs, yes, there is some kind of a control which can be put in. With dynamic IPs coming in, probably there can be a segmentation between a mobile login and a laptop login. Now, every time there's a laptop login, to an extent, probably the parameters on risk can be balanced off. But a mobile login should be that should be a red flag at a higher alert. And if it is a number which is a common IP across, if you have a IP database where normally these penetrations happen, and if that IP matches off or the MAC ID matches off, probably those IPs can be blocked, even not letting them go forward and clear the transaction. I mean, there is very little you can do in terms of trying to put in mitigant for awareness. But this is something which was top of my mind, which I just mentioned.
Sure. So I think there is an evolving area of subscriber behavioral analytics for some of these aspects, which is in the cutting edge. So I guess we will see some of those things evolving and providing you some kind of cover, at least as some kind of data for you to ponder on. Anuj, there's a question from the floor. Can you give some examples of some new innovative fraud techniques that fraudsters are using, and what technology has PhonePe in place to thwart this?
Sure. So I'll give you two examples. One is with regards to a common application, right? I think all the IT industry uses it, something called as AnyDesk or a TeamViewer. Now, this is what fraudsters have started misusing to such a large extent. And they have become, let's say they call you up and say that, hey, I'm calling from your company and we want to support you. We want to convert it to full KYC to any of these ways, where they will ask you to install an app. Once they have that app, right, they will ask you to share the passcode. They gain access to your system, which could be from a mobile phone to any desktop to a laptop. Then they will keep you busy on the call. They might ask you to do a ₹1 sample transaction, right? And you would also do it that, okay, it's a ₹1 token, what can go wrong? What they are actually doing is they are looking at all the variables behind. They are checking that what can, they'll keep you busy on the call. They would end up then transferring your bank balance out because they've already, let's say, looked at what PIN code was there or what was the PIN entry that was done, or if a card OTP comes in, that gets auto-read. So what we have done at PhonePe is we run a runtime application security in terms of looking at device signals. So we have a device card technology which is built in-house. We look into any suspicious apps which are happening at the time of transaction. But at the time of transaction, then we detect that, hey, this is not a use case. Why would, let's say, somebody run AnyDesk to a TeamViewer and try to do a transaction out? And we then actively start blocking that out or show a warning to a customer that, hey, this is something which is running around. So that actually helped us mitigate out. The second one, which is an innovative one, while at a technology level that doesn't help because it goes out of an ecosystem, is the usage of technology platforms, something like a Google and a Facebook. Fraudsters have ended up creating a lot of fake websites, right? And then they would advertise the same on a Facebook ads or on a Google advertising, or they will send you a push notification through your browsers, right? Be it a UC browser to a Google Chrome browser. There are agencies that you can register and send it out to you. What they're doing it is basically they are saying that it's a one-page website with an intent link saying that you have won something. And the moment you do that, it takes you to your payment screen, and it could be a PhonePe to a Google Pay to a Paytm, any of those. The moment you land over there, it just asks for you for a PIN, click to pay, or you have one reward, click to reward, and you enter your PIN and you lose money. Now, that is a very, very big innovation in terms of using technology from social engineering to going towards a mass fraud, right, of low value. There again, we have put in our systems to check and balance on what is the velocity of somebody receiving money from this, what is the success rates, what are the different users who have authorized these transactions, and we auto block some of these, most of these transactions from going through.
Okay. I think we have come to the end of the time for the session. There were a few questions. Unfortunately, we are not able to take that. I don't know whether there's an option for us to reply to that. But anyway, so I think from my standpoint, there are three key takeaways emerging out from this conversation. The first thing is that digital crime is growing. However, it is possible for us to mitigate it, but it needs immediate attention. Second is that collaboration among regulators, corporate players, both private and the public sectors, and the citizen is very key towards building the right level of digital trust, which will enable us to grow this digital economy and therefore the digital world. Third, to strike back the digital crime syndicates and secure our customers, financial institutions, payment apps, and many other ecosystem players, ISPs, telcos, all need to cut through in silos and work together. Now, I thank all the attendees and the fabulous panelists who participated in this session and for sharing some great insights. I also thank DSCI for the opportunity for this discussion. Hope all of you enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you again. Stay safe and take care.
Thank you.
Intelligence sharing and importance of a threat intelligence in terms of empowering your cyber defense. Okay. The second aspect is I want to talk about is the agenda for today. So we'll try to focus on what is the importance of a threat intelligence in the cybersecurity operations, and we have been seeing and we have been experiencing since last 1 year the kind of sophistication of a cyber attacks and kind of attack vectors which are evolving. And hence it is our duty to counter those threats in a tactical and strategic manner, and for that the importance of threat intelligence is very important. So I think that is the key agenda for today's session. I'm not able to navigate through the screen. Just give me a moment. Meanwhile, I'll solve this issue.
Hi, Vivek. You'll just need to click on the forward arrow button. Keep going forward. You're on mute, it seems.
Let me try one more time. Okay, somehow I think it's not happening.
Could I request the Zadel team to step in?
Yeah, so sorry for that technical glitch. So I think now I'll just go back to the agenda again, and so now since the sophistication of cyber attacks and kind of new tactic techniques that evolving by day, and those require really defense in depth approach where additional security measures that we used to take in a SOC or in a CDC, those are no longer valid in this scenario. And most of the cases now that now 80 to 90% of workforce where remote work culture is adopted, we are largely taking edge devices and laptops and systems, and we are working from remote locations where that particular trust boundary and the perimeter boundaries are no longer there, and hence there is entire new architecture is now evolved, right? And in that case, we really need to change in our approach as well, because now since the architecture is different, now since the entire paradigm has changed, we also need to change our security infrastructure, security strategy, whether it is operational or whether it is in terms of governance or monitoring. So all this needs to be changed, and how we can mature our security operations with the threat hunting and intelligence, because we usually talk about the going more proactive rather than the reactive approach. Means we will not wait for threats to come to our environment, rather than we go beyond our environment and look for those threats which may be potential threats to my organization. And being a lot of ISACs and information sharing center already there in the country as well as in the globe, we receive a lot of information and a lot of data about.
Wait, sorry to interrupt. Your presentation is not shared right now.
So do I need to go into the presentation mode? But then I won't be able to change the
No,
slide.
I think you should just share screen and then put your presentation up.
Okay. So is it okay now?
It's not come up yet.
I can see my slide on there.
I can't see it. I don't think the audience can see it either.
Yeah, can you see my screen?
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay.
You might want to try changing the slide.
Yeah. Is it changing?
No, sadly it isn't.
Now?
Yeah, it's changing. It's changing.
Okay. So how we go about and hunt those threats which are unknown to us, because in recent attacks that we have seen in a SolarWind or maybe some other attacks that we have seen, that those threats were really unknown, and those threats got exploited by attackers, and those vulnerabilities got exploited by attackers, and then we faced the big breach, and was really going out of the control, right? So I think that approach of proactive hunting, proactive intelligence gathering, that is very much critical, and we are going to talk about it today. So before we jump into the threat intelligence and the hunting practices within a SOC, we will see that how threat landscape is changing from the traditional bots and traditional traditional threats. We see that there are a lot of APT groups which are working in the banking and financial sector, which are multi-vector in nature. They are capable of doing multiple things rather than doing just one thing. Means one malware can be acting as a logic bomb. It can also have a capability to listen to your keyboard strokes. It is also capable to silently do a reconnaissance in your system, and when there is enough reconnaissance, it has some exploitation capabilities. So we have seen those multi-vector attacks and multi-vector threats, which are really prevalent, and they are really making an impact in the banking and financial institutions. And apart from that, those particular attacks, those particular threats and malwares having a polymorphic behavior, means they change their behavior by time. So we have seen the polymorphic behavior in the past, but the polymorphic behavior with multi-stage characteristics can be disastrous, because either they are changing their behavior pattern, their way of working, their modus operandi with the time. And secondly, they are capable of doing multiple things. So in the last session of ransomware, we discussed that how the ransomware is now newly adopting some techniques that so it is not just encrypting the data, but before encryption, they are doing some exfiltration of data, so that even if you have a backup of the data and you are not paying ransom, the one copy of a data is still with attacker, and they can publish those data to the public forum at any cost or any time. So I think this level of sophistication that we have been seeing in the last last year, and as a DSCI for intelligence and research, we are also observed that these kind of threats are becoming more and more advanced. And so we need to really understand the modus operandi working of those particular threats if you wanted to prevent and defend against those threats. Spear phishing and kind of cryptojacking and kind of credential attacks, those remains there as a initial exploitation. And from there it can attacker can take a hint, and he can understand about the environment and do the further steps in the key chain. So, the point here is that you see that a lot of advancement and a lot of work that adversaries are doing in terms of breaching and penetrating our systems. And for that, we really need to go beyond the traditional approach, right? So now there is one question that is always comes, organizations or organization mind, that what versus who means. We talks about either malwares and attackers, but I think these days we not just think of one factor over other. We need to think holistically. We definitely need that IOC and signature-based approach to block the threats at the perimeter, to block the threats at network level. But again, that is again that attack signatures threats are changing by time or by changing very frequently, so that your signature-based detection and your signature-based approach is no longer valid. In that case, you really need to understand what attacker is trying to do, what attacker motivations are, because usually attackers' tactic, techniques, and procedures, those usually don't get changed. For example, later part of the session, we are having the map attack framework, where we will see that how to map tactic, techniques, and procedures used by attacker, and we can use that to prevent any of the incident or any of the event. So at this moment, it is very critical and essential to understand not just malware, not just IOCs, not just signature, but the tactic, techniques, and procedures which is followed by attacker. Now you'll ask me what is new you're telling about this, right? But we have been investigating and researching about tactic, techniques, and procedures. But are we thoroughly managing or maybe correlating that with my infrastructure? I think that is more important. It means tomorrow I will pick any sample of malware, we will block those IOCs. I will also map the tactic, techniques, and procedures on the meta attack framework. But how do I correlate that with my infrastructure? What kind of assets, what kind of applications, networking I have? So I need to correlate that with my infrastructure. I need to do a statistic profiling about it. So having too much of data and having too much of feeds is not our end objective. Our end objective is to map that particular things to our own infrastructure and draw a desirable outcome, so that we could detect it, we could prevent it, and if it is already existing environment, then we could respond to it. So now the attack life cycle since now has evolved, right? We have been seeing Lockheed Martin cyber kill chain, where it is divided mainly into the 5 to 6 stages, where attacker do the initial reconnaissance, then it will look for some vulnerabilities into the system, then it will establish their footprint with existing vulnerabilities, which are the blue vulnerabilities. And then it will look for those high profile or maybe high value assets where they can reach and do a maximum impact, right? So that privilege escalation or maybe internal reconnaissance can happen if attacker wants to keep its foothold into the east-west traffic. So, but one thing had changed over the years, and we have also seen in last year that attacker is not immediately trying to make a damage to any of the organization, and the SolarWind attack is a good example. That attacker is trying to be in infrastructure for long. It is trying to understand that how can I do internal reconnaissance in the short period of time? It may be 2 months or 3 months, and I could make the maximum impact, whether it is a financial impact or whether it is a reputational impact. So how can I maximize efforts to make a larger impact? And That is a persistence activity that attacker is trying on more frequent basis, and they are mainly motivated by that. So I think this evolved cyber kill chain and cyber attack kill chain is really going to give hard time in coming future. So what could be our initial strategy, and that we will discuss in the second part. So I quickly wanted to take one example of SolarWinds, where what exactly happened in this particular breach, right? If you look at the impact, right, the 425 of the US Fortune 500 organizations got impacted by that. A lot of top US telcos and other organizations which are part of the network got impacted due to this, right? So this is a very clear and ideal example of a supply chain attack, where you will ensure that you are really doing good in terms of security. We are taking all the preventive measures. You are doing all incident response drills and all those things. But if there is one weakest link in the supply chain of your service provider or your product provider, then that can be a weakest link which can reach to you and make an impact or maybe make maximum damage to you, right? So I think the supply chain, managing the supply chain, looking at those weakest points, doing a monitoring over the different elements of your supply chain is also critical. That's what we learned from the SolarWinds attack. So this is what I was talking about when we discussed cyber kill chain, right? So if you see that this particular attack, the initial recurrence has started in September 2019, where attackers started accessing the SolarWinds infrastructure, and then they started injecting some test code. Means they wanted to do some POC before they actually inject the code into the production environment. So it started in that September 2019, and if you see that it has got detected in December 2021, such a long period where attacker could really get down into the infrastructure, learn about infrastructure, what is high value asset, what are those low value assets, how can I make a maximum impact. So all the things that attacker has taken, so that's what he made persistent into the SolarWinds infrastructure. And once he make a persistence, what he identified that, okay, there is no vulnerability in the source code, but where I make an injection, where there is a build infrastructure. So build infrastructure where there was some vulnerabilities which was exploited by the attacker. So this is a very new and unique scenario where attackers have not identified any vulnerability in the source code. Rather, they have identified vulnerability into the build machine or build infrastructure, and they have pushed or injected test code, which was a segregated backdoor from where they could infiltrate other malwares like a teardrop or raindrop, which was the ultimate payload of the malware, which could do the remote code execution or do an internal reconnaissance or steal some important data and credentials. So if you see, this is a multi-stage attack where attackers gone to the environment, he has the initial reconnaissance, then done the POC where they can inject the code. Then he found out the build infrastructure is vulnerable, source code is not vulnerable. Then they have infiltrated that or injected the code into the particular software package while build was happening. And since build was happening, there was such a lengthy code, and it was very difficult to check again the code in after the build. So immediately the signing authorities immediately signed that particular software, and it was out there for the production. So I think this is a very ideal case scenario where we really need to think about trust, right? It was a complete breach of trust. So it was injection of a malicious code, and then was the certification of that particular software application, and it was distributed to the clients. So the point which I am making here, that if you see this particular multi-vector attack, you see the sophistication level, and this is a completely unknown vulnerabilities that was found by the build infrastructure. So if you want to identify those unknowns in your infrastructure, if you want to find those unknown threats, so threat intelligence is one of the answer where you will work upon. So when I talk about threat intelligence, not every time it should be external threat intelligence. It can be internal threat intelligence, and we will discuss more about threat intelligence. So, what are the challenges that now organizations are facing in terms of maturing their security operations? So, first problem, I think I would see that there is a limited visibility over the assets. So, there are no visibility over the assets. What applications are running? What services are running on the top of that? So sometimes you have visibility over your assets, but you're not having the visibility over what application and services are running on that particular assets. So I think that's one of the critical challenge I could see. The second challenge is white noise, right? You have lot of information, lot of heterogeneous alerts and data feeds, and from that you may not every time you may not every time able to correlate that with your existing infrastructure. Third is when you have a lot of information, when you have a lot of data sets, how you correlate that, how you do a statistic profiling. So definitely there will be some sort of false positive, and you need to consider and factor those false positive and try to minimize those false positive in your infrastructure. Then there is definitely one aspect which hounding many security professionals is about building the end-to-end operations, because as a security chief, you need to build operations from the scratch. You need to take care of every single department of your organization, and I think that's where most of the organizations are facing the challenges. Another good challenge is that how much automation means. We are now developed and driven by AML-based solution, and from morning there are different capability providers who are presenting. They're talking about the importance of automation. But as a if I look at from the user perspective or user organization perspective, there is always question in front of a CISO or CIO that how much automation that I should do, because security cannot be completely automated. There would be some intervention, maybe a sort of manual intervention, or maybe some sort of a manual use cases that you would definitely require as a part of your SOC. So that is another challenge that we have seen. And so sixth, which is the most important challenge, is the skill sets. Most of the time we are building all the required infrastructure, security capabilities, and we have inline processes at security operations center, but we don't have those skill set who can effectively monitor the events, who can effectively take a decision in terms of a quick response. So I think that particular skill set is really lagging in the cybersecurity industry, and I think that's one of the key issues and challenges that we face by organizations. So now I will quickly run through the threat intelligence part, since we are having less time left. Why we need threat intelligence, and what are the different type of threat intelligence? So cyber intelligence, cyber threat intelligence is to know more about those known and unknowns, knowing who can hit you and who can attack you. So knowing a bit more about adversaries, what are their particular motivations, what are their techniques and procedures. For example, if you see most of the attacks, there are several groups that are repetitively involved into the some of the attacks. For example, there is a Lazarus group who is behind those targeted phishing campaigns, continuously targeting the Indian critical information infrastructure or banking infrastructure. So you need to understand who is trying to attack us and what is the motivation of that particular attack. So if you understand that and if you know that, then it will help you to make a better decision about your defense. So that is about threat intelligence. And there could be a different type of intelligence. Means it's not necessary that every time intelligence has to be from outsiders. It has to be in the form of advisory. It has to be in the form of news feeds, or it has to be in the form of intelligence card. It is not mandatory. Sometimes it is possible that you get very good internal intelligence, that this is what our infrastructure look like, this is what the special campaign is actually there. So I think you get a lot of intelligence in as well, which you tend to ignore, and most of the organizations, they believe on what we are getting from outside. So it can be internal, it can be the external threat intelligence. Now, the one aspect which is very important that about threat intelligence is to understand first is the motive and intent. And when we talk about the strategic and tactical intelligence in our upcoming slide, we'll talk about it. So I take the example of a few groups, right? So maybe groups which are attacking the financial sectors. What is their motive and intent to attack us? Means this group is usually trying to target and focus phishing campaigns. And after phishing campaign, what exactly they try to do? they drop a malware which is capable of doing remote code execution, which is capable of doing DDoS, which is capable of doing some infiltration or exfiltration of a data. So you need to understand the motive and intent behind the advisories. And another aspect is what are the capabilities that particular advisory has? What is it up to? Means what capabilities it has and how it can damage your own infrastructure. So I think understanding that capability and it's a motivation and intent is one of the important and critical piece in the today's world. And then when we talk about it, there are a few things that we need to understand when we talk about intelligence. Who is trying to attack us? What exactly trying to attack us? Where means whether it is on a network, whether it is on endpoint, or whether it is on some sort of applications, and when the chronology of that particular attack. What exactly the chronology of that particular attack, and why and how. So the last two pieces, why and how, are very much important, right? If you understand the why, then you get the most of the strategic and tactical answers. If you understand the how, then you get most of the preventive measures, right? So if you know these 6 parameters, who, what, where, and when, and why, and how, about any threat intelligence, then you can definitely convert that intelligence into the actionable intelligence. Then when we talk about the threat intelligence, there are 3 things we need to divide. So what exactly this threat is about, and then the 6 parameters: who, what, where, when, how, and why about that particular threat. What impact it is trying to make organization, and what action we can take immediately in order to mitigate that. If you divide this particular threat intelligence into 3 basic steps, I think that is more enough. So what today happened that people usually trying to sugarcoat threat intelligence a lot, and they try to complicate the things in a different new terminologies, and I think that's where most of the confusion arises. So we need to also look at a simplistic manner, and that has to be these 3 aspects. So what exactly threat is all about, whether it is from internal threat intelligence or external threat intelligence, and all the 6 parameters which you need to map to that particular threat intelligence field. The second, what impact it will make on my organization. I need to understand, I need to look into my organization context. I need to look for something else which is not relevant for me. And third, which is the most important, which is our end objective. What action that I could take so that I can mitigate that particular threat, so that I'm safe, right? So it's a very basic and 3 question rules that organization needs to adopt when they get any threat intelligence feed. Another aspect to the threat intelligence feed is the context and action. Sometimes we missed out of that particular context. So I was just attending one of the conference last week, and there was one talk where they were talking about we are living into the world of lot of information, and we need to navigate through lot of information to identify useful information, right? So we get lot of intelligence feed from different capability providers, different consortiums, different ISACs, your internal security solutions. But how you can contextualize that, that's more important, because if I'm getting the intelligence from one of the intelligence provider, and that is regarding the oil and gas or maybe a SCADA system, and I am sitting at the bench, that is not relevant for me, or maybe some threat which is completely attacking some special purpose system and which is not relevant to me. So I think that is not relevant for me. So I need to contextualize every intelligence feed to benefit my organization. And then secondly, it should be followed by the action from the 2 perspective. One is a technical perspective, which I will take immediate action. For example, if one ransomware activity which is found from, for example, Maze ransomware. So what I could do that I could do possible mapping of the signature domains and CNC server, immediately block those into the different infrastructure, whether it is a network, whether it is endpoints, or whether it is somewhere else. I could immediately block those. And second is on the policy side of what should I do as my security operations center policies, right? What can I do at organizational level so that I may not see this threat again in my infrastructure. So I think context and action is very much important. So I talk about the context and action. So this is the one case study and example that we have, right, about the certain vulnerabilities and certain intelligence. So this is the example of intelligence that is received by one of the organization, and we talk about the exploitation of MS-08-067 vulnerability. So, for example, this vulnerability is for the electric power transmission. So, if I am the organization which is working and heavily using that particular systems in my organization, then this particular intelligence is relevant for me. Then I need to contextualize this intelligence into the actionable, right? So, what action I take based on the context, based on the information that I get from the intelligence feed, basis that I need to prepare my action plan, whether I need to patch that vulnerability, whether I need to prevent that particular communication which is happening CNC, I need to block those IP addresses, I need to block those domains. If I need to check whether adversaries are dropping any malicious payload in my systems. So if they are dropping, then I need to do a literal and lateral scan. I need to eliminate that threat from my environment. So I think this is where rapid and speedy action, which will be enabled by threat intelligence. I get the intelligence. I will contextualize based on my organization and my infrastructure. And I immediately do action against it. As simple as it is. And then there are three types of intelligence that any organization can receive from any of the sources. So that could be a tactical intelligence. So that could be operational intelligence, that could be a strategic intelligence. So we'll go by strategic intelligence first. Strategic intelligence is the intelligence where those intelligence usually help the C-suite level people, CISOs and CIO, based on any activities which are happening in the current scenario, whether it is a ransomware campaign, whether it is a phishing campaign, or whether it is any sort of a campaign. What strategic decision I need to take, whether I need to buy any solution, whether I need to make some policy changes, if I need to make changes in my framework. So all those, or maybe due to the work from home, there are different attack vectors attacking the remote infrastructure. So I need to do any architectural change. I need to go for a zero trust architecture. I need to go for SASE model. So all the decisions will be done based on the strategic threat intelligence. The second is the operational threat intelligence, which is more technical intelligence, which are so usually people call operational and technical separately, but I'm just combining as a part of operational intelligence. So IOCs, maybe the domain names, IOCs, your SHA SHA-256, all those signatures combinedly, which can be read by machine. For example, I get the IOCs and I immediately send it to my WAF team or my SOC team to create a rule out of it, right? So the intelligence which is read by the machine very easily and make immediate action on top of that. So most of those intelligence are operational intelligence. So tactical intelligence. So now I think next part of the presentation we'll talk about it. And we also talked in the initial stage that why today tactical threat intelligence is more important, because you see that attackers are using a different version and variant of ransomware. So I was talking to one of the organization last month, and they attacked by three or four different type of a different version of a same ransomware, right? So attackers are making that particular mutation in the version of those particular ransomwares or any sort of a malware. In that case, it is very difficult to spot, or it is very difficult to detect or stop that particular threats, because those are changing very rapidly. Those are changing very at a speed. They are dropping their signatures and they are adopting the new signatures every day and every hour for that matter. So in that situation, we really need to adopt some different approach, and learning techniques and procedures, mapping that with MetaAttack framework or any exhaustive framework maybe you have internally, that is more critical. So if you learn about techniques and procedure of attacker, then tomorrow you will go more towards the behavioral based detection. And you will be able to easily correlate that with your infrastructure. And when you see any kind of suspicious activity in your infrastructure, then immediately you will stop that activity before it is making some sort of impact to your organization. So this is what we discussed about the tactical, operational, and strategic intelligence, right? So very quickly, the strategic intelligence, that you completely get it from the kind of sector you are in, kind of nature, or maybe nature of organizations you are in, and then kind of assets you have. So this will drive with operational intelligence, and tactical intelligence is more from the attack vectors point of view. What attacks they are trying to use, whether they are trying supply chain attacks, whether they are trying social engineering, whether they are trying multi-stage attack like solar wind. So all those tactical information that you get it from the tactical intelligence field. So now you will and last point is that how to convert those threat intelligence into the actionables, right? So we also call it as operationalizing threat intelligence, right? So I think threat intelligence is always followed by operation of a threat hunting, right? So you receive some intelligence, you diagnose it in a such a way that you understand the intention, its a motivation, its impact, and its a mitigation, right? But that is about the known things. But what about the unknown things, right? So threat hunting is one of the key answers to that, and we discussed that how we can augment our security operations and maturity of security operations by threat hunting. So threat hunting is actually a process which actually talks about the proactive security measures, which don't wait for any things to be shared or anything to be known. It actually work on the external or internal threat intelligence. It takes that as an input and it takes some proactive steps to convert that intelligence into some actionables. For example, we will go quickly because we are out of time. So, for example, this is an example. For example, this is a type of internal threat intelligence. So, there is an internal team member who felt that one of the email is malicious, and then he notified the security operation team about that particular email, which looks suspicious. So, this is the kind of intelligence here that you got. That is a type of intelligence which you received from your internal team member. So immediately you will activate your sense and you will activate your proactive hunting and intelligence team, where you will try to analyze that particular email. You take it on the sandbox. You try to see a little whether it exists in other domain, other servers, and you do that particular scanning. And once you do that, you conduct a hunting, whether it is just phishing campaign or whether it is doing some other nefarious activities. So you do a complete diagnosis of that particular event incident, and you come up with some action plan, whether to consider this particular as a phishing campaign, what next I should do that it will not again hit my organization or again it will not hit my infrastructure. If it is not phishing campaign, then you will learn from it and you will create a use case for your security operations center. The second, that for example, your security team is getting some intelligence from the outsider or maybe from the entity which is working with you as a security capability provider. If you are getting intelligence from them, then your security operation team is functionalizing and operationalizing on that intelligence. Is trying to understand the motivation of that particular attack, then trying to understand the techniques and procedures, contextualizing that request, mapping that your framework, mapping that with your organization, and once you map it, then you take a preventive action or maybe a corrective action. So, so this is are the case studies about it. So now, so this is how you can operationalize the threat intelligence through threat hunting to identify those known and unknown within your infrastructure. So now, very important thing which we need to discuss is about how to operationalize the threat intelligence, and that is the last part of our presentation. So now you will say that my team is very small, that I cannot have all the resources which can work day and out for threat intelligence and threat hunting. So there are three levels which you can work. So level one, where you are starting out and you don't have many resources for threat hunting and threat intelligence. So what are you going to do? For level two, you have some resources which can work on a threat intelligence and threat hunting, but maybe not full time or maybe not that actively. And third, where you have an advanced cybersecurity team where you can actively work on a threat intelligence and threat hunting, which we discussed, and they can operationalize on day-to-day basis. So in the level one, what you can do as an organization, you can gather the intelligence, whether it is internal or external. You can subscribe to the advisory which you get from a CERT. You can subscribe to advisory which you get from a different information sharing center. You can subscribe to the advisories which is shared by DSCI Threat Intelligence and Research. So we share every day threat intelligence feeds with our member, and we also share some feeds on social media as well on Twitter handle. So you can get the information and intelligence from various sources, and you can correlate that with your infrastructure, your organization, and check and scan whether this kind of a threats exist in your organization, and if they exist, then what preventive or corrective action that you need to take. So how you can search that? That you can go to the MITRE ATT&CK framework quickly, due to the time constraint, I'm not jumping to the MicroDAG framework, but I will show a screenshot. So you can go to the MicroDAG framework and you check for those APT groups which you will receive from the threat intelligence advisories or intelligence feeds, and then you can map those intelligence feeds to the MicroDAG framework, where you will learn tactic techniques and procedures. For example, I'm just mapping this particular group to the MicroDAG framework and trying to learn APT34 group, for example. I'm trying to map APT34 and APT33 group to the MicroDAG framework and learning what tactic techniques and procedures that he's using, right? So if it is a brute force, if that particular group is using brute force, then I know that how brute force works. So then I will take care of my privilege, my identity access management plan to secure and safeguard my identities and make sure that I have a strong password so that no brute force tactic will be successful against my organization. So then again, I can do a further mapping of different threat actors. So there is a nice dashboard which is provided by MicroDAG framework, where actually you can learn the tactic techniques in the different stages of attack. You can learn in the initial access, you can learn in execution stage, you can learn into the persistent stage. So every execution stage that we have seen into the cyber kill chain, there are a lot of techniques which are mapped against it. So once you choose the attacking group or you choose the threat actor, you can easily find out those tactic techniques and procedures used by them. So going one step ahead of those operational intelligence or maybe IOCs, so that you can learn about tactic techniques and procedures. So once you know the tactic techniques and procedures, then it is very easy for you to identify if that particular threat exists in your environment. If it don't exist, then it is fine. So that you will be prepared. You will be having some rules so that when it comes to your environment, you will be completely prepared. And if it is already existing environment, then you can take some preventive and corrective actions. So initially we discussed the detection part. So detection is not that quick in current context, because the SolarWinds hack took around 1.5 years to identify. So if already exists in your infrastructure, then it will help to identify that and take a preventive and corrective measures. If it does not exist, then it will make you prepare for the next incident. So now about all things about the threat hunting, intelligence sharing, and maturing your operations, security operations with threat hunting and intelligence. How do I check the effectiveness? Because lots of people ask question that these are very hunting and intelligence are very subjective. That you don't have any key performance indicator to measure that whether your intelligence program is making a success. And how do you exactly how do you exactly measure the effectiveness? So very simple rule that the 4 is a completeness. So how sufficient and how complete intelligence that I am getting. Second, how accurate they are, how accurate my intelligence, and how accurate I can action and function on them. The third, what is the relevance? Whether those really make sense to me or whether they are really relevant to me. If not relevant, then I will not bother about it. And then timeliness. If I receive the intelligence, which is very important in this stage, if I receive this intelligence after 1 month, then that doesn't make sense. And if I got the intelligence which is a complete in nature, which is accurate, which is very relevant, but if I don't take a timely action against it today itself, then again that doesn't make sense to me at all. So the CART rule is a completeness, accuracy, relevance, and timeliness are very important to measure the success of a threat intelligence and threat hunting program. So I think that is all from our side. So I just one reminder that we are very active on Twitter. So our handle is DSCI Threat Intelligence and Research on Twitter, where we share day-to-day intelligence. We share a lot of information. So I request you to please follow our Twitter handle for quick alerts and updates. So it's not we share only tactical and strategic intelligence. We share a lot of operational intelligence as well. I request you to please follow our handle and be in touch with us. And secondly, please also subscribe to our advisories that we share on a monthly basis. whether those are threat advisories or ransomware specific advisories that we share every month. So please subscribe to our advisory and make a use of that. Thank you so much. I don't see any questions, and we are also out of time.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining us after the tea break. I hope all of you grabbed a warm cup of coffee or tea and you're back again with the zeal to kind of join us and learn from an extensive set of speakers with relevant years of experience that can add tremendous value. So this session particularly will talk about the post-COVID role of a CISO and how the role of CISO in the financial sector has changed in 2020. We have all seen a lot of changes happen all across, but one role which has taken the most precedence is the role of CISO, where every bit of an organization work is concerned with security. And not to delay any further, we have a very extensive set of speakers joining us as panelists today. Together, they go more than 80 years of experience. And it's my privilege to welcome the speakers for this session today. Mr. Steve D'Souza. He is the Vice President and CISO with ICICI Lombard General Insurance. Joining him in the panel is Kalpesh Doshi. He is the CISO for FIS in India. Joining them would be Shibu PS, CISO for Indian Bank. And joining all of them and moderating the session going forward would be Pawan Chawla, who's the CISO of Future General. So now I would request our esteemed panel to kindly join us on the stage. Thank you for joining us on the stage. And I'm sure a lot of people are waiting to hear from you. And now I will go off the stage. And like every other keen and avid learner, I will like to hear from you and learn. So over to you for a great session. And I will be there in the back end for any support required.
Thank you. Thanks, Ashok. I'm excited to be moderator of this panel and very excited to get and share insight of past 1 year what we have seen. Though it is called post-COVID role of a CISO, the COVID is not yet over. We are still in mid of it, and the second wave we are going to experience, as people say, very soon. And there are talks of lockdown again going on. I firmly believe that it is still not over. It will take some more time to subside, and the role of CISO becomes much more important. In last 1 year, many things have changed. The first thing which we have seen changing is the way we work. It was always used to be going to office and then working from there, and it suddenly overnight changed to work from home. A new work kind of a work environment which was never experienced by most of the organization in India and most of us who have been working for so many years. We are always used to waking up early in the morning, doing our regular things, and then going to the daily chores of going to office, getting the work done, and coming back. So used to that kind of a culture, which has suddenly changed now. Initially, there were challenges which everyone might have faced, that working hours were not restricted. We were doing extended working hour, and then over a period of time it subside. But like us, there are many things which have changed on the attacker side, and I would say from the hackers' point of view as well. The number of attacks have increased. There are numerous studies which have been published by various researchers which showcase that the hacker, they were not sitting idle. There were multiple attacks which were getting posters. There are multiple organizations who have been getting attacked. There are approximately 500 domains got registered since 1st January 2020. Those domains were definitely not for business, but to conduct various kind of phishing attacks, other analysis, and different kind of new way of creating an attacks were getting explored by the attackers. In between, there are many strategies which have changed by the organization, especially by bringing the workforce onto the new platform, new work from home environment. The new way of working have been introduced by various organizations. There are various technologies which have been deployed. People have, with the legacy system, moved onto the cloud and adopted different new various work culture technologies to ensure their business keep on running smooth and steady during this period. Initial few months was of struggle, but after that, now it has become a habit. With that, I would like to start this panel discussion, which since we have a diverse panelist. I am looking forward to multiple, diversified responses from each and every one. So first, Kalpesh, I would like to ask you, will you agree if we say that COVID has changed the expectation of board and senior leaders from CISOs in the organization, because cybersecurity is now considered as business critical topic?
Thanks, Pavan. I completely agree here. I do believe CISO, or the role of security and cybersecurity, is gaining a lot of importance because I think it's from years together that cybersecurity is in the top 10 risk or top 10 concerns, or you call it every time a CEO is asked, what gives you sleepless nights. I'm sure if they need to list down 5 items, cyber would be one of them. So from that perspective, I do believe that security is an important mandate. However, our security, I would say community as a fraternity, getting its due justice, I still feel, I'm sure, it is a subjective, kind of a call. I still feel there is a lot we can do. We do not have a direct representation even today in the board. While we see it happening in bits and pieces, regulators, especially at least in the banking sector, RBI is very, very clear. You need to have a designated, position of a CISO. It mandates, that should have independence. The mandate. There's a lot of enablement that's happening from a regulatory landscape, at least in the banking sector. However, we know there are multiple industries, and not all of them are as lucky and as regulated. So yes, board, at least in the sector that we are talking about today, we know that board takes security very, very seriously. And with COVID, our roles change significantly. You spoke on a very important aspect that things change overnight, which means before COVID, if 5% of the workforces were in case, I know a lot of banks, even 5% was a luxury, but even assume that if you're allowing 5% of your workforces to work from home, overnight you had to have 95% of your people working from home, and hardly 5% been able to work from offices. So those things really required you to kind of focus on security. And again, the link on that is there were cyber threats, there were cyber attacks, which means as business was enabling the customer to transact online and do adopt the digital platforms, there was always a concern that if you're compromised once, that could have repercussions to your reputation, penalties, and all of them. Most important, customer confidence. So from that perspective, Pavan, I do believe that COVID situation, yes, has kept CISOs really busy. We were the unsung heroes, if we like to say that. But we definitely played a dominant role. I'm sure every CISO team were also burning their midnight oil to make sure that their organizations are kind of operational and they're secure. So from that perspective, I do believe there is a change.
Yes. I picked up 3 points from your from this from what you said. As one, that cybersecurity is concerned is one of the top 5 risks which has been looked at this point of time. You did mention that the CISOs are still have not been heard very importantly at a board level. And the third thing which I would like to take a credit of, that we are the unsung heroes as a CISOs, and definitely need to be given due diligence. Now I'll come to Shibu. You, do you agree with the points which Kalpesh has mentioned, and would like to hear from you as well, your point of view on the same topic, that CISOs, what do you think has changed, whether CISOs has got due credit and expectation from the board level uh, towards ensuring the security of the organization?
Yeah, thank you, Pawan. I fully agree with whatever Mr. Kalpesh has told. See, this situation was never thought about earlier. I'm talking in terms of the public sector bank environment. Whatever the situation which COVID has created, this was never thought about. Because see, we had, or most of the banks are having the DR plan, we are having the BCP plan, but the reachability was the big concern. Whether it is for the public, whether it is for the customers, whether it is for the employees, for the service providers, the reachability was the biggest concern during the COVID. And this has created a lot of concerns for CISOs. And of course, cybersecurity it has been considered as one of the major risks earlier also, probably maybe 6-7 years back when the Bangladesh breaches happened, SWIFT breaches happened. There onwards, the cybersecurity has assumed its own place in the board level agendas and in board also. But now, during the COVID time, yeah, for that, thanks to COVID, this could have been there earlier also. But now, board is taking it very seriously. The cybersecurity risk is one of, earlier it was considered as a silo, but now they are thinking that yes, this is something which is a business risk. This is a business risk. This is not this should not be taken as a silo. And that impression has been created by the board. Of course, because of that kind of perception by the board, CISO's roles also have been increased. It is not the change role, but it is the more responsibilities are added into the CISO role, because people started working from various places. And earlier it was a defined parameter was there. Yes, these are the things which we need to protect. Ultimate motto of the CISO is definitely to protect the data as well as the information assets. But earlier the information assets were within the defined parameter. And now people started working from home, people started accessing the bank's data from anywhere. So it is the CISO's responsibility has been doubled to protect all those devices which they are accessing, which they are using for accessing the bank information. This is the added responsibility for the CISO. And whatever the kind of incidents and breaches what we have witnessed for the last 1 year and 2 years, that has created an impression on the board. Yes, something is happening in cybersecurity arena which we need to protect. And no board, no banks, no board wanted the same kind of incident to happen in their bank. So that added responsibility has come to the CISO. Everything is safe or not, everything is secure. Yes, CISO has to give a final report to them. Yes, it is reasonably secure. It is not 100% secure, but it is reasonably secure. So this is the assurance they want. The board now presently they are asking from the CISOs. So COVID has added that fuel has been added by the COVID. This should have been there earlier also. This should have been there by that perception should have been there. But now, yes, COVID has added this, and we are happy. Yes, CISOs are happy that these added responsibilities can be fulfilled, and we can give an assurance to the board.
Yeah, thanks, Shibu. And you touched base on a very good point that data is everywhere and that need to be secured. So that I would like to come to Steve. Would like to hear from you what should an organization do to secure the data within the environment, and especially when the environment is not restricted now. It is everywhere. So whether it is mobile device, whether it is tablets, whether it is people working from home from their system or the organization provided machines. What is your point of view on that?
So before I get to this question, I'd like to add to a couple of points, but to what my colleagues said. So I think Kalpesh and Shibu rightly covered most of the points. But I believe from after 2017, when all the regulators have got active, it's not only the regulator push that that has made the CISO role more focused with our board, but I believe the rapid level of digitalization that has happened, and especially after COVID, there's been a tremendous leapfrog in all the organization accepting digital and ensuring that the systems and the data and the applications are now accessible over the internet. I think that is one reason where the entire attention has come, because every board member realizes that there's no point in running a digital business track without ensuring security is on place. I think so apart from the other parameters that I mentioned, the digitalization is where and ensuring that the business support is aligned with security, and we are enabling these services to our customers with security, ensuring data security and privacy is where the entire essence has been. Now, picking up from there, data security, data privacy, we all know is very, very secure, is very, very important now. Now we do have the PDP bill also, which is expected to be passed, and anyway, just around the corner, where privacy again will pick up and be a different flavor of data security altogether. I think at an organization level now in this COVID phase, given that the IT landscape has changed, the people, the way people are working, remote working, hybrid working, working with different devices, partners having access to your critical assets, usage and adoption of cloud, both from a SaaS perspective, PaaS perspective, which means authentication, authorization, accessibility is where the focus is. I think that's one very, very important factor to be, you need to be implemented very strongly, where which covers the need for your zero trust architecture, which covers the need for your device authentication, your data security, ensuring data backup. I think all of these things are very, very critical when you're talking about ensuring that your people working remotely now have secure access, because you need to really know who these guys are, right? It's just not about people who were coming to your office, whether it was your service providers in terms of FMS partners or somebody who even processing your data entry. They are now sitting at home, and you might have exposed your applications over the internet, over the cloud. So knowing who these guys are, authenticating which devices they come from, and how do you really manage the access management? How do you ensure restricted access is given to them in a controlled manner by modifying things? I think is the main element of the way this remote working model is. I think that would be my opinion as one of the most critical points. Obviously, there are other factors that are there, but I would give knowing who the person is and what he's accessing and how do you manage the access as one of the most important points.
Absolutely, Stephen. I completely agree with you. And you touched base upon on a very important point, which is about third parties accessing your data. The kind of work you're getting done to those guys, they may have the larger number of data. And recently, without naming the company, we have recently seen a big organization going down with a ransomware attack, where most of us are getting the work done. And data security becomes a very critical aspect. Now, with this question, I'll come back to you, Steve, again. Given the rising cases of ransomware attack, and there are various forms of ransomware attacks which are now getting circulated over the internet, and many organizations have been impacted because of that. What are some best practices you suggest for an organization to adopt to ensure that they take learning from the previous attacks and then apply best practices within the organization to secure themselves?
Well, I'll break this into 4 parts. One is, a very strong endpoint strategy, which covers ensuring that your hardening is really there, because you now need to look at your hardening from a different angle. It's not, the machines are not within the network, they're outside. So you may want to look at the hardening element separately. The patching may not be up to the mark. Your patching systems have changed. You need to ensure that there is something over the internet that is able to. And these two eventually are the ones which lead to the vulnerabilities which get exploited, right? If you're controlling the vulnerability, which means you have a reasonable control or not of ensuring an attack doesn't happen. So one is ensuring this in place. Obviously, having a strong anti-malware, EPP, or an EDR strategy, that even if there is a vulnerability that gets exploited, you at least have a timely response to it. I think this is from a proactive angle is what you need to do. I think data backup, because ransomware may happen, right? You can't control everywhere. There might be one individual in the entire organization, for whatever reason the systems may not be controlled and can bring down the entire system down. But then what? How well are you prepared? Do you really have your critical data backed up? Because you may have 1 or 2 systems compromised, but are you really going to fall for that ransomware challenge from the attacker? No. As long as you have a strong backup system in place and practices and processes that I can isolate the system and ensure that the risk is not extended to the other elements, I think that is something that you need to do. And the last point is most important is awareness. I think people and the employees, partners, everybody need to be made aware, because end of the day, majority of the ransomware attacks are happening via the phishing elements and using email channel. So ensuring that it's not only that you're training them, but also validating their awareness by carrying out regular phishing campaigns, simulation campaigns, and also validating your security, response practices. I think these are some of the top 4 or 5 things that you need to be prepared for to, ensure and take care of any ransomware attack.
Very well said, Steve. And I do not have any other point of view than agreeing to what you correctly said, that the awareness is the most important thing and that need to be taken care. With the same question, I would like to come to Shibu and ask you the same thing. Shibu, what are some of the best practices that digital banking should adopt, which may not have been seen so far in the banking industry? Would like to hear from you your point of your say on that. I think you're on mute.
Yeah, as far as ransomware is concerned, right?
Yeah.
So, see, ransomware, even a recent survey also, what it was telling that yes, the the demand of the ransomware criminals, it has been increased from $120,000 US in 2019 to $3 lakhs US in 2020. average. This is the average demand of the ransomware criminals. So this is showing the confidence level of the criminals. Yes, how they can penetrate the network, how they can get into the network with the ransomware, and how important the target victims' concern about the data loss. So that is why this demand is increasing. Demand is getting increased by the ransomware criminals. But as far as ransomware mitigation steps are concerned, again, yes, as Mr. Steve was telling, we have to go back to the old age best practices. We need to go back to the grandma recipe, I can say, taking the proper backup, the retrievability of the backup to be tested, and then proper patching of the systems. And more importantly, as Steve was telling, it is that culture, that particular cybersecurity culture has to be inculcated into each and every individual, that yes, judiciously we have to use the email. Judicious use of the email is most important. And no, this not only ransomware, any kind of malware. It is not airborne disease. It is not airborne disease like a COVID or mumps or measles or TB. It requires an entry point to come. That entry point could be either your endpoints or your emails or even a browsing a web. These are the major three endpoints which a ransomware or any kind of malware can infiltrate into your network. So a CISO's role is also to secure the endpoints by, say, for example, removing the USB usage and securing the email, like safe scan, link scanning, safe attachment scanning, and proper web browsing, controlled internet access to be controlled. Those kind of things, CISOs can think of, and CISOs should work on this. These are the way we can mitigate the infiltration of ransomware. But again, it's a judicious use of the email system, that each and every employee should be aware of that. Yes, this is a culture I should be adopted. I should not click on unknown link. I should not open this malicious attachments. I should not respond to certain mails which I am not sure about. So this culture should be inculcated into each and every individual. The right kind of awareness should be created among the employees as well as the users of technology. Unless this, because people, technology, and the process, this should come together to thwart this kind of ransomware attack. Of course, banks are now a certain level of maturity has been reached by the banks also for creating awareness. Awareness is created through SMS, through.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Hello. Am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible.
So this kind of awareness creation is most important than any technological kind of solution. Technology is available in the bank, but awareness creation is most important for preventing the ransomware infiltration into the network. This is what.
Absolutely. I completely agree with you. Another thing I would like to add here on the ransomware thing, it's not only the amount or what they are asking for has increased, but now they have changed the strategy as well. I was recently reading a study, in fact, it was as recent as yesterday, that they have changed their strategy. Now they are targeting organizations who have bought cyber insurance, because they have the visibility till the coverage level, that what coverage level do they have and what kind of amount money they can ask for. Now with that, I'll come back to Kalpesh.
I'm still in the backstage.
I'll come to Kalpesh. Kalpesh, I have the same question to you. What kind of strategies or best practices do you recommend for an organization to adopt?
Yeah. So, Apam, sorry, if I get a question, it's the same question, for me,
yes,
right?
It is the same question.
Great. Thank you so much. I guess, yes, what it really comes down to is the cyber hygiene, right? And I've always believed, and I think that's what, our panelists have been saying. You don't have to really do things differently, right? But you have to do the same things with more rigor and do it perfectly well, right? So what does it really start with? I think it's the basics say you can only protect what you know you need to protect, right? While this is very easy to be said, we know there are so many blind spots in the company. Every CISO whom we talk to, or every CIO that we talk to, and if you tell them that would you put all your money on the table and say that yes, I know every asset my organization has today, especially with your digital footprints, especially with penetration of cloud and all of them, the answer would be no. Hence, we need to, and I think that's what even Shibu was indicating. You need to make sure that you are aware of what you need to protect. That's fundamental. Once you know what you need to protect, I think the second step is about hardening. Steve spoke about it, right? And I can't reiterate the need for how much important it is for us to patch, because every time you see a system or an organization was compromised, it is always, kind of, it is saddening that organization was patching 90% of the servers. There was one application, there was one server which didn't get the patch, and that was used, to launch an attack, on the complete network. So we need to realize it's not a fair game, because as a CISO or as responsible organizations, we have a job to protect our data 100 times. But for an adversary or anybody who's a hacker, even if they compromise your environment once, it's enough for them. They don't have to win 99 times, but our game, we have to win 100 times. I think that's unfair, but that's a game we all choose to play, right? Also, I believe we spoke enough on endpoint and not talk about it. You need to have a good endpoint. Uh, Two things, Pawan, I believe are important is, one is when you talk about awareness, we also have to realize that our old technique of having PPTs and having people to click next, 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 people now have found, see, Indians, we say we are great at jugaad, right? When I say jugaad, that's an official word, that's been given, we know how to work around, we multitask, and that being the reason, we may have less bandwidth, to focus on things. So when you talk about awareness, you need to make sure that your resources, your partners, your vendors are participating in live exercises. Uh, it's telling them on a mail that this is a way you could compromise, or doing an exercise, a simulated exercise, where you tell them it is a gameplay and you say, hey guys, we'd send a mail and how this many people have been seen compromised, or we've seen that you didn't follow the norms. That would make it more proactive, and that way even organization will understand how much are their workforces understanding the mandate, right? Last but most important is, we don't live in a world where we can assume that incidents will never happen. I think it's just a question of when will an incident happen. So you need to have a robust incident management plan. If you don't have it, that's a disaster waiting to happen. It's a ticking time bomb, because if you think you'll have a plan and you'll know exactly how to react when an incident happens, trust me, I've seen large organizations. I've seen, again, not naming. We saw recently, somebody said my data can never be compromised, and that is ridiculous, and that loses confidence in the industry place. So you have to be very careful there as well.
I agree with you. We all agree that one of the key takeaway from this particular point is awareness is the key within the organization. And I heard Steve talking about certain technologies to be implemented can occur or can be initiated from there. Now, Kalpesh, I'll come back to you on in line with the same. How do you see the difference in the IT budget allocation towards cybersecurity now? Has the percentage increased, or is it still hard to get the budget from the board?
I guess it's still hard. There might be an increase, but if you really look at it, CISOs don't have a choice. All the increase in the budgets would go towards enabling the workforces to connect remotely, and maybe securing your channels there, right? So pretty much, if you say budgets have increased, yes, it looks on the paper they've increased. Do I have a say to invest it the way I wish to invest it? The answer is still no, because we have a very clear mandate. It's COVID driven, and you exactly know that all that increase will go in a certain direction. I think I can talk about where I see investments happening. I see more and more investments on the endpoint detection and response. Yes, and they're right investments. I would see more and more, because you would have people connecting from, I would say, um, many places, or a lot of networks which may not be secure. There will be a lot of focus on patching, and managing, making sure that the servers are secure. You'd see a lot of focus would be on access controls. Now, be that you go for a zero trust, or even if zero trust is a journey, I always believe zero trust is not something that you buy out of a box and you implement in a month. It's a journey, right? You may start with the segmentation. You could start with doing a thorough access reviews, and then move upwards to make sure that you exactly know that only the right people have access. Because today we are all working in in a boundaryless networks, right? So those I would say those comfort of everybody being in the office and everything is gone. They're things of the past, and we need to realize that those old days may not come back for a lot of organizations, right? So 100% workforce, I read a lot of reports, not most of the organizations are not looking at 100% workforce to ever join back. So we need to start preparing in that directions, and that's where the investments will be, be pushed further.
No, very well said. Very well said. And that has need. It again comes to the business priority that the business needs to be enabled first than anything else in any organization. Now, with that, I'll come to Steve with you to ask similar question. Do you see the, do you see a change in the budget allocation? Has the percentage has increased or it's the same?
No, I think what has changed is, there is a need to align and demonstrate cyber risk with business risk. I think that is a very, very important point, because the metrics that you represent to the board is something that will really drive your budget allocation and budget approval. The regulatory push that has come, even the cyber attacks that are happening are creating a deterrence and the fear in the entire organization. So I believe that is helping budget approvals. But given, while saying this, I believe today the security budget on an average across the industry would be range between 7 to 12% of the IT spend. I think that is there, and the reason for this is because it's not so easy to demonstrate benefit of expense on security as compared to IT spend on business imperatives or business operations, right? So that's one of the reasons. But I think definitely maybe from a sub 5-6 category today, the percentage of security investment as compared to an IT spend has definitely increased, maybe a couple of notches, maybe 4 to 5%. That's my opinion, and that's what I've been seeing as a trend in the last 2 years.
Thanks for your insight. I would like to go back to a point which Kalpesh has mentioned regarding enabling people from working from home. Now that is where the focus has to be, and the way we are working today, we have seen a 360-degree change. The way he used to work, and now completely making workforce completely working from home. Now with that, Shivu, I would like to ask you that there are organizations, and you might have experienced the same. They're rolling out the work from home policy. There is a complete change which is happening. How that has been taken care in your organization, and what are the future steps you will be taking towards the same?
Yeah, as I told earlier, this was an unexpected stage which COVID has created for us as a public sector bank. Because public sector banks environment, it was never thought of work from home. And even though private sector banks, some of the private sector banks already started working from home partially. But this unexpected situation has really forced the bank to go, and because at that time we were into that amalgamation stage because various banks were into the amalgamation stage, and we were also into the amalgamation stage. So many vendors were working with so many solutions. It's a core banking amalgamation, so technical integration. All these processes were going on. At that time only this COVID has come. So this has created a real panic situation, and the bank had to invoke the BCP, but there was no kind of work from home culture in that public sector environment, and that BCP had to be revised at that time. And then we came with the work from home policy, and then we implemented the VPN solution. And once the VPN solution is implemented, then we were thinking of how to secure the VPN in a proper way. And then we worked on the SOPs on securing the VPN. And then again, the laptops, the devices, even though the bank had initially agreed that, okay, bank will be providing the laptops to vendors or employees who wants to access the bank systems and data. But a sudden lockdown has created, that also has become a kind of unreachability of the people and unreachability of the laptops to the people. That has also created a panic. So it was a panic situation where bank has revised its DCP policy, bank has introduced the work from home policy, bank has introduced the BYOD policy. So these all policies bank started introducing, and a secure environment has been created. And finally, the confidence level of the employees who are accessing the data of the bank, and the confidence level of the top management and board also, through various interactions. CISOs were able to, at least me, I was able to interact with the board level and the top management people. Yes, we are safe, even though people are accessing from various places with various devices. Yes, we are giving the adequate security. So this is the assurance we could be able to finally give to the top management and board. Of course, a lot of technical initiatives were there. Technological solutions also we have implemented for securing the data. And again, the leakage of the data was also a concern, because earlier it was within the bank premises they were accessing. We have enough security solutions within the bank. But here, again, the people who are accessing from their home, and we need to safeguard the data, whatever is captured by them or accessed to by them. That was also a big concern. Of course, so many technological solutions and the processes together, we were able to do a reasonable level of security as far as the VPN access or remote access is concerned. Now, I think it is going to be a new normal, and still people are continuing with that. That much confidence level we are having now.
And what about digital adaptation, if I ask you? What all initiatives have been undertaken to move certain systems onto cloud, or making them digitally enabled, because legacy system can be accessed through desktop only?
Yeah, this is also a thought of the day. But of course, probably it may happen because it is a near-time necessity. But apart from the email solutions, slowly non-critical solutions will be migrated, because there is no other way. Now there is no thinking back that okay, cloud is something which is very rare and which we should not touch. That days have gone. Now we need to move to the cloud. But of course, there is a lack of cloud security framework. A proper cloud security framework from the regulator is also required. And the visibility part and the security concerns on in the cloud security, that's also a big concern. The visibility is not there. Now, presently, we are having the visibility. Yes, these are the things we are having. These are the level of security measures to protect the data. This is what we are having. But when we are going to the cloud, that visibility is lacking. And whatever the security implemented at the cloud, we need to review. And then third, a proper cloud security framework, which has to come from RBI. Probably we hope that it will come soon. So these are the concerns, but still banks are striving to move its non-critical applications into the cloud.
Okay.
It is a need of.
Thanks, Shivu, for your insight. I'll extend the same question to Kalpesh, being in FIS, enabling many banks to in their digital journey. What are your point of view on the same?
I kind of believe, that if there's been a differentiator in terms of COVID and how people have been able to survive, it's purely because we had applications, or we had the ability to move applications to cloud, because that's a way we could have people accessing it over the internet. Again, if you look at it from a regulatory perspective and industry perspective, every bank today has a designated officer. We call them as a CDO, a Chief Digital Officer, who's been entrusted on the job of defining. They're doing the groundwork of defining how they could really enable digital I would say initiatives in the bank. How could they go digital? So those initiatives are happening, Pavan. And most important over here is there is a security, right? Yes, when you go into cloud, we are not talking about public cloud, but there are you could go for a hybrid cloud. You could go for your own, I would say your private cloud for just the organization, and that's exactly the way you would have, let's say your own data center, but somebody else manages it. So those things are moving across. We will see more and more adoption of that, because one thing that COVID has taught us, it has just pushed people out of the comfort zone. So earlier, everybody wanted to do it, but they were waiting for the right time. With COVID, people were forced to do it. People have recognized that it is not as bad as it looks to be. There are controls, there are environments, there are guidelines, and if that is kind of followed, right, you would end up, in a state which gives you also. I think it's all about assurance and confidence, right? So, and it's like when you have to learn to swim. Remember, we could do a lot of theory, and we can practice everything and say that, like it looks to be good, but everybody has a fear of getting into the water. It's just the day when you get into you fall into the water, or somebody pushes you into the water. Somebody has to push you there. The day you do that, you can swim. So I think that same thing with cloud, and I know people are hesitant. We know it's a journey, but the great thing is the confidence is increasing when we interact with banks, and when we are interacting more and more, even with the regulatory perspective. They quite understand, and they have a clear plan, and they know the future is going to shape up in this manner. So I'm very sure things are good, and they're getting better, and we'll see a lot of those. There are ASP guidelines, regulators coming out with a lot of mandates to make sure that we leverage and we take advantages of cloud. So those things are coming.
Yeah, Yeah, I completely agree with you. It's a journey. It's something which needs to be adopted as it comes and need to be taken forward accordingly. Steve, we would like to hear from you as well uh, on the digital adaptation and specifically in digital adaptation journey towards the cloud. What is your point of
Uh, I think that's inevitable. Every organization is will eventually move to the cloud journey. I think what is important is to get the strategy right now. And there are multiple models, right? There is a model where you want to set up your DR first. You may want to set up your UAT systems first. You may want to do a lift and shift first. So there are. It depends on what are you really looking for and what is your priority. I think that has to be aligned to your overall IT strategy from a transformation perspective. So what is your core objective? Are you trying for DR? Are you trying for innovative products? Or what are you trying to just set up your UAT and test the waters of cloud to see whether your environment, your people are able to, to get you into it? I think that is something that you first need to decide from a strategy perspective. And second important thing is, I think, getting your policies and procedures and your overall structural framework right first, because unlike a data center which inherently is not exposed, a public cloud is inherently has a public backbone in it. So you need to have your structural practices and framework well in place right from the start, because it does not, like a data center, you really do not have the years that you had time where you could build a defense in depth and layered strategy one by one, bringing in new solutions over a period of quarter or a year thing. I think here you need to get your framework very right, your architecture most importantly right, so that you are not exposed. Once you get these two things in place, I think so then it's about of how, or the speed of execution, and what is your really sense of urgency that is there within the organization. But when you're talking about digital, I think, and digital transformation, and especially to compete with newer organizations, the cloud-ready startups that are there, I don't think the bigger organizations have a choice when it comes to competing with them if they want to compete on both product rollout or as well in terms of price. So that's inevitable, and cloud is going to be is there, and I'm sure everybody will roll out this soon, very very soon.
I completely agree with what you said, that it is inevitable and cloud has to be adopted by each and every organization in whatever form it is today. Where it is going to enhance, it is going to be there, will exist, and slowly and gradually, whoever is not there will definitely move on to the cloud as well in any form. Now, with that, what are the new consideration to recommend to our listeners? Steve, this question is for you. I'll start with you. What are the new consideration you recommend to the CISO from the security thinking, technology adaptation, architecture, and engineering standpoint?
I think I think all CISOs have been implementing solutions and have been doing a lot of things. I'm sure it's year on year we've been rolling out new solutions quarter on quarter. Some things driven by trend of what's happening in the industry. Some things driven by internal audit team or any other function. I think what is most importantly right now is to probably take a step back, because especially in the last 12 months, things have been rolled out with a sense of urgency to enable business and the need from how the IT is moving to keep up pace with them. I think we need to take a step back and really do a very thorough risk assessment and understand where the gaps are, and is there a course correction that you need to do so that you align your overall strategy, because you might have had a view maybe last year of something else, but given COVID and the business pressures, you might have gone to a different direction. So my take is a very strong risk assessment to course correct and get your strategy right first, and then, because based on that, then you decide what you really want to do. So that would be my only point.
Yeah, getting a risk assessment done and then preparing a strategy along with it is I completely agree on. Kalpesh, I'm coming to you with the same question. What do you suggest to the new people?
I think Steve rightly said course correction would be something that every organization will embark on. I think other thing would be there's been a lot of influx of data, so we are processing the data much more than what we were processing earlier. So somewhere we'll have to have a rationalization where you start looking at it in terms of how much of a data can you really analyze, and what is the impact on quality. So there is a direct correlation. If you add more and more data onto your SIM, right, the direct impact on that would be the quality of alerts and quality of I would say intelligent data that your SIM, or intelligent alerts that your SIM can generate. And there are reports after reports which says there's already fatigue because even a small organization ends up generating lakhs of events. Now it's even impossible. We'll see more of AI coming into play. We'll see if we can use automation to at least filter out what are not really that important, and focus on something which is really critical, and have protection for them, or have somebody your I would say your best talent should be looking at your critical assets, not let's say an asset which has no data, or asset which has probably public data. So I think those things are not happening today. Today we are using the same yardstick to protect even a server which has public data, and it may be using the same yardstick on the same resources to even protect your data server with the most secure control, or with sensitive data. Somewhere we'll have to rationalize, and if we don't do that, we are burning ourselves. I do see that will happen, and that will happen this year, because there's been a lot of pressures. I'm sure people will start realizing that we can't be we cannot be having 10 heads, we can't be having 16 hands. Somewhere we'll have to start rationalizing. People have started thinking about it. I think that will be a change. We'll see.
Very well said. Focusing on rationalizing what you have, focusing on what is critical, and leaving behind what is non-critical. Shivu sir, what is your take on that?
Yeah, I
have the
completely
same
agree
question
with.
for you.
I completely agree with Steve and Kalpesh. The risk assessment, identifying the risk and assessing the risk, whatever the impact it is going to be, that is more important, because wherever our motto should be, wherever technology is there, the risk will be there. Definitely, a lot of risk will be arising, but we should identify properly. Yes, this is the particular technology which bank is going to use. What would be the risk out of that? That identifying the risk and analyzing, and finally taking the ultimate measures for mitigating the risk, that is most important, because these are the certain technologies which we are talking about, that AI, ML, or IoT. We should understand that these are the technologies which can be used by anybody. Even attackers also will use the technology. Suppose if bank is going with this particular AI or ML, attackers they are also using the same technology to attack against the banks. So we should see the risk. Risk analysis is most important, and real-time threat hunting is also important, because real-time or near real-time threat hunting, that will help the bank to identify at least what are the threats or what are the risks happening globally out of that particular technology. That's also most important. So analysis of risk, and having a near real-time, at least a real-time, if it is not a real-time, a near real-time threat hunting process is also very important.
Absolutely. Like you correctly touched base upon, hackers are adopting the same technology which we have adopted, or we may be thinking of adopting the technology. They are much more advanced. They have ample of time, and they are investing that time in enhancing their skills. With that, I have one common question for all three of you. What is one advice if that you need to give? What would that be? I'll start with Steve.
I would say a very strong alignment with IT, because there is IT and there is shadow IT right now. If you do not know the direction that they are going, probably no matter what you do, it will not help. So I think a proper alignment with IT is the most important point.
Great. Alignment with IT. Kalpesh?
I think COVID has taught us one thing: expect the unexpected. And what would really like make sure that you're able to sail through is I would say through character, right? So work on the cyber hygiene, and that would see you through in most of the cases, and prepare for the worst. I think that's the key.
Great. Shivuji?
Yeah, these three lines of say defense, say IT and business, then risk management and audit. These three lines of defense, again, they work. What's called? They should not work in silo. Then only we can mitigate these kind of whatever the risks which are coming out, which is beyond our expectations. On a daily basis, we are facing certain risks which are happening globally, which are beyond our expectations. So these all three lines of defenses, they have to work together to thwart these kind of attacks. So there should not be any kind of say, okay, cyber security means you have to say what are the things we have to do, or what are the best practices. A basic level of security should be there for the business people and IT people. Then next is management, and third is the audit. So that kind of correlation should happen in any banking environment or in any sector.
Absolutely, absolutely. So three line of defense along with awareness is very much important. And lastly, what my view of on that is stay vigilant, stay safe. With that, thanks for giving thanks to all of you for giving your insight. With that, we come to an end of the panel discussion. I would like to invite Sukrit back on stage if he's there, so that we can conclude this out. In the meantime, if you have any question, we would definitely like to answer that.
Thanks, Pawan. And I know there would be a few questions coming your way, but probably in the interest of time, we'll have to now push it to an offline connect.
Sure.
But once again, on behalf of DSCI and all our partners who have joined us to ensure that we could come up with such an initiative which can provide immense learning to our engaged community, I would like to thank each and every one of you. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Kalpesh. Thank you, Shivu. And thank you, Pawan, for moderating this session so well and sharing these insights. All the takeaways, I personally made a note of you, and I'm sure others are also doing it. And people will come back to us asking for more. So we would be reaching out to you for more such engagements. And I would like to once again thank you for all your support. And that's something that happens as always, Mode. So thank you.
Thank
you. Thank you.
Everyone,
Have a nice
stay
day.
safe. Bye.
Thank you. Have a nice day. Stay safe.
Please stay safe, everyone.
Thank you. Thanks.
Bye.
Bye.